Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Omni viewer, and today I am absolutely not alone. In fact, I'm going to be less alone than I have been in a very long time, because this is the Writers' Roundtable, and I have with me a whole bunch of different writers of various different things. But I won't try to speak for them. I will let them speak for themselves in no particular order, but the order I am clicking to bring them in. So, first up on the list is. Well, I wasn't expecting
Nathan.
that.
What?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Nathan Marchand. I'm a novelist, a novelist, an audio drama writer. I write nonfiction books and articles. I do a lot of different things.
Very good. Next up, we have.
Neil Reeby. Yeah, I've been writing since 1988, and my biggest thing I'm kind of current for is these little guys back here that I self-publish. I self-publish kaiju novels, and probably the only other big notable thing I've done in recent years was start up the writers panel at the G Fest, which started in 2012, and my good friend Nathan now is the host of that panel. So now you have.
Me and Danny. You have generous.
To go to that panel.
I was gonna say it takes both of us to equal you. But you've generously passed the torch on to us because you're old.
Yes, very old. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah. So I've done fiction and nonfiction. Like a lot of my contributions for nonfiction show up in like Kaiju Ramen, G Fan, and some of John LeMay's books.
Very good. And next up to bat is.
Cody Bratch, writer since 2016, but my first novel is due out October 13th, Dernacia Rise of the Guardian, so check on Amazon for that. Cheap plug is cheap plug.
Very nice. Well, that's part of the reason we're all here. And that makes you, of course, the freshest of all the people we're going to have here.
Certainly.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting night, everyone. Next up to the list is.
Hi everybody, I am Carl Dutton. For the last 10 years, I've been writing audio drama productions and editing them. My most famous stuff is the fan stuff that I produce, X-Men the audio drama and Power Rangers the audio drama, which you can find wherever podcasts are found.
There you go. As you can see, we've got quite the variety here tonight. Now, it looks like Chris doesn't have any devices connected.
Yeah, he says he's fighting with his camera.
So, next up will be
Danny!
Hey, how's it going? Well, Nate just introduced me, which is weird because my name is Steve. Ignore the fact that I don't. You think you'd know me better by now? Yes, I'm Daniel DeManna. I am a purveyor of both fiction and nonfiction. I am chiefly responsible for the thing I'm kind of. Like, if people recognize my name, it's probably because I am the creator and author of the Godzilla Novelization Project, which is an kind of insane, ongoing creative endeavor to do fan-level, not official, like fan-level adaptations in prose of all the Godzilla films. You can also see me. I've written for G-Fan. I've written for a couple different magazines. I've appeared on podcasts all over the place. I've done some kind of weird, unusual writing projects. This year I got the chance to do some Transformers stuff with Hasbro, which was kind of cool. And yeah, just kind of weird, interesting things that pop up here and there. Very eclectic, but definitely a lot of giant monsters. But,
eclectic is certainly the word that I would say for this group. We do have one other guest who's struggling with this technology, and another who will be joining us a little bit later. But before we get to anything else, let's say hello to the people who are joining us in the chat. And Zaru says, greetings all.
Hello.
Penguin agents say hi, Omni, and I'm sure he includes the rest of you as well.
Oh, I would hope so.
GSTE is here and says hello. The Scarecrow /7 says yo.
Yo.
Minecraft World says hello.
Hello.
And the Scarecrow once again says wuzg.
Wuzg. Wuzg. Sounds like a Jim Henson character.
Yeah, whisk.
But sadly not able to appear before Fraggle Rock was canceled.
He would have been a great tertiary character.
So anybody, if you're in the chat you're watching, feel free to leave questions. We will do our best to answer them. But before we get to it, I'd like to, in order to keep things at least semi-organized, we'll establish some kind of a speaking order, maybe starting that way, going around until it loops back. Since we're all talking about writing and it's a very creative process, regardless of if it's fiction or nonfiction, let's talk about inspiration. What would you guys say inspires you the most in your writing endeavors? Starting over here.
I was to say, are we talking specific projects or just in general?
Either one. If there's something really specific that inspires you, then you can talk it up. If you're just generally inspired by something, then do that too. But, okay. There are no wrong answers, but I will correct you if I need to.
Oh, of course you will. I will actually say that a big one for me, actually, interestingly, is music. I actually wrote my entire first novel because I heard a song that referenced back to the myth of Pandora's box, and that got my brain a churning, and a military science fiction novel came out of that. I listen to music a lot while I'm writing to keep myself in the right headspace, or to just shut out the rest of the world so that I can focus on the story. So, and sometimes I will turn music on and just listen and, just let my mind wander a little bit. It's dangerous to do when you're driving, I will admit. You might want to be a little careful with that. But
how many pedestrians have paid for your ignorance, Marchand?
All of them.
Every single one.
How many hands you got?
Whoa. Ooh, are we being beamed up? What's happening?
Whoa.
Dadu.
Hello there. I had everybody else introduce themselves. Here's our next guest. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here, and I hope my voice is coming through. Cool. I'm Christopher Nigro. I'm the CEO of Wild Hunt Press. We've published a bunch of stuff, and I've had the honor of a couple of people here, including Ryan, having published some stuff with me. And I guess I'm best known thus far for the series of Nero books, 5 so far, featuring a very angst-ridden teen werewolf. And here I am, and I assure everyone the glasses are not because I'm trying to imitate Ivan Shablatsky. It's because I have cellulitis in one eye, and I want to spare everyone the unpleasant viewing experience of seeing it.
Yeah, I would have spared everyone the unpleasant viewing experience of me being here, but I have to host this thing. So anyway, we were just talking about inspiration. We had just started with the guy next to me. I don't know if you were done.
I was for the most part done. I was about to make a joke about how many hands you got to count the pedestrians I've had. But that was. And for anybody who just came in, I'm sorry.
That is out of context, and we will not be providing that context.
Nope. Yeah, Ryan's gonna clip that. Ryan's gonna clip that out and put it out as a YouTube short, and my entire career is over.
If we never hear from you again, never mind. Well, I'm not bailing you out. I was thinking about it for a second, but
so
anyway,
sorry, you're canceled.
Where's Kim? She's the one who does all the canceling. Kaiju Kim.
That's true.
So anyway, next up.
Okay, well, as far as a lot of different things kind of inspired me throughout, my long life. But I can relate to Nathan. Like one of the things that kind of the big part of all my writing years was music. I was sitting to listen to my favorite movie music, and I daydream to it. And then after a while, the daydreams kind of slowly coalesce into an actual series of scenes. And then before you know it, I had a story. But unfortunately, I don't kind of sit and listen to music. So now what really kind of inspires me is when I read other people's work, and then it kind of creates the itch to go back on the computer and work on my own writing. And I guess I was going to mention real quick, right now, kind of reading the latest issue of Ellery Queen magazine. It's a mystery magazine. Yeah, they had some And this issue has some really crackerjack stories in there that really kind of got my juices going. One was a Japanese ghost story that a British writer wrote. They have really good flavor for Japanese culture, and some pretty good spooky scenes in it, considering this is a mystery magazine. But then again, this is their Halloween issue too, so it's sometimes they do little ghost stories in there, and that was like a really good one. So I can recommend it if you're out there like mystery magazines.
Neil, did you just use crackerjack as an adjective?
Did I just really kind of age myself there? Was that my boomer bona fides?
I say we bring it back. I say we bring it back. It needs to be
I
back.
agree. Exactly.
Crackerjack.
I think it's just swell. So, all right. Since we're zigzagging, that means Mr. Cody, you're next.
Oh, me? Oh, according to the display I have, I'm supposed to be fifth, but I'll go.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know it's sort of a cop-out answer, but it's God's honest truth. What inspires me is the media I consume, whether I'm watching a movie, listening to music, whatever. I just love the art form that is storytelling. It left a big impression on me since I was a kid, and I realized in high school that I wanted to tell stories too, and it wasn't until 2016 that I got the chance to when Matt Denyon put out a call for new writers. I'm like, hey, I'm a new writer, and since then, I've just been continuing to write stories inspired, again, by the media that I love, and especially media involving...
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I'm sure you'll be hearing that a lot tonight.
Man, from our own heart there.
I'm that kind of fan.
All right. Now you, sir.
Me? Right,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, mine are pretty obvious because it's like behind me. Right, so yeah, I mean, I've obviously done original stuff, which has been takeoffs of the stuff, but basically the two main shows that I do are fan projects where I have decided I'm going to take something that was either too convoluted and long and hard to get into, or originally do what I'm doing now with the Rangers series with the Silver Age stuff, was make it more updated, bring it into the modern day, make a kind of more digestible version for people with X-Men. Now I've got up to the good years, and now I'm like, Christ, that's like an impossible task at this point. But I'm having a lot of fun doing it, and over the last 2 years, it's got pretty popular on the podcast stuff and that. And then when I came back, I decided, hey, I did it with one thing. I loved Power Rangers as a kid. How about I do what the 2017 movie tried to do and try and make it more for adults, try and make it actually take it seriously, do all the things that people enjoy, hit all the notes that everybody remembers as from their childhood, but make it all make sense and add character dynamics and drama, and the villains actually feel like a threat, and that kind of stuff. So it's basically just been with the X-Men comics. It's obviously I'm reading the comics and going, I'm going to make that story, but just kind of take out these little bits that don't work anymore, so like a 13-year-old child getting with a 19-year-old man and stuff like that. The weird stuff that Claremont had in there. But with the Rangers, it's a case of I'm watching the show and going, oh my God, this is stupid. How do I make it not stupid? How do I make it as cool as I remember it being when I watched it?
That is always the tricky part, isn't it? So continuing on.
Hello.
How is the weather down there?
That's how it became the Brady Bunch.
Oh man, I've been put in a corner. That's okay. Let's see. Gosh, I'm gonna have to echo some of what's been said here already, because I think as people who recreate media, we have to be media literate to some degree, right? Like, there's no way that people go into this kind of stuff in a vacuum. You have to have things in your life that touch you, right? To the point where you want to replicate not the thing itself, but the feeling you got, right? The feeling that you got when you were a kid, the feeling you got when you're an adult, doesn't matter what age, that just inspires you. It's not like, sure, if somebody said, hey, write a Godzilla movie, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But what is it about the essence of Godzilla and the other things that I love so much, like classic literature, the works of Hayao Miyazaki. Those are big for me. Things like that. The films of Guillermo del Toro are a big thing for me. Across the board, all that stuff. What is the essence of that thing that makes you want to do something like that? And so those are my inspirations. It's not just that I watched Back to the Future 9,000 times at age 8 and have since watched it 8 million more times and love it. It's like, what is it about Back to the Future that you love? And that's the inspiration, right? It's the essence of the thing that makes you want to recapture it in your own voice. So, gosh, the books that I read, I'm a big reader. The films, some of you mentioned music. I am definitely a big music person. I love classical music and film soundtracks and, some, bop and 80s tunes, like just stuff like that. So, like basically if I were to spin this camera around right now, you'd see elements of inspiration all around me. I mean, you can see it behind me. I love the Universal monsters. So you're going to see monsters behind me and stuff like that. So it really is almost everything that I've ingested in my life and carried with me to some degree. All the things that I've carried with me from, this high off the ground to this high off the ground, from books to film to art I see in museums, to the music I listen to seeing the other people in my life create art, and that inspires me, like all kinds of stuff. It's an endless list, but it all comes back to the essence of the media, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, because you studied art in college.
I did. I have a bachelor degree somewhere around here. I think I buried it in Godzilla VHS tapes, but that's it's okay.
Yeah,
Sounds about right.
Same here. I also have a degree, but unfortunately, this is not my day job.
Yep. I'm lucky enough to be able. I'm a professional writer. Like, writing is my day job. That's where I was right before I came and sat here. I was at work writing, which is very, very fortunate. Absolutely fortunate. So if you look at my desk at work, and very little of what I do at my job has anything to do with stuff like this. But if you look at my desk, I've got 50s monster movie posters hanging up, and a little figurine of No Face from Spirited Away, and a dinosaur skeleton that it's one of those posable T-Rex skeleton model kits. And I posed it inaccurate, like a Barnum Brown reconstruction with the straight back on purpose, just silly stuff. Like, you have to find things that make you happy. You have to find things that make you laugh. And so if you go there, you'll see all that stuff too. So it's just little bits of things.
Yeah. But that job is what allowed you to write for Transformers.
Yes, it is. That was cool. That was really, really cool. I'm still pinching myself over that.
So anyway, getting to our currently final, but certainly not least guest. What's your inspiration? What inspires you?
Well, I can also mirror some of the things I've heard already. Neil, what you said really resonates when it comes to music, because ever since I was a wee lad, I would listen to certain music, and it would remind me of scenarios and stories and movies. And it got to the point where, to this day, I have a playlist of all the songs I grew up with listening, and a lot of newer songs. And I'm not sure what it is about some songs that resonate, but I think you could understand. You just have to hear them, and it's not really something you can explain. Why does this song remind you of this? Why does and I'm being real here, why does John Denver's song, I hope I'm getting the right and not confusing him with the guy who played Gilligan, like I do sometimes.
That would be Bob Denver.
But John Denver's song when I was a kid was often playing on the radio. You come to my senses. Which one was that titled? I'd never always forget the title, but for some reason, what was that?
They said it's not the theme song.
Yeah, I think John Denver, he was singing. I forgot what song that really was. You come to my senses. I might be using the misunderstanding the lyrics or misremembering them, but I remember being driven home from the store with my mother listening to that, and I was reading a Man-Thing comic book. Remember the cool stuff Marvel used to come out with, and it just every time I hear that song, I think of I could think of some monster stories.
Annie's song.
Yeah, Annie's song. And maybe because maybe because the Man Thing was a tragic character and the haunting sadness of the music. But yeah, it just always made me think of the Man Thing whenever I hear it. And I have numerous other examples like that. So yeah, when I listen to certain songs, it just makes me think of certain scenarios. So I'm always listening and coming up with ideas that way. And yes, as I alluded, all the cool stuff I read as a kid from Marvel, Werewolf by Night, The Man Thing, all the stuff that Warren came out with, Creepy and Eerie and Vampirella, the cool horror stuff that DC came up with. Remember House of Mystery? That's inspiring an anthology I'm planning on, Mansion of the Macabre, and another one, Chiller Castle, which reminds me of an idea that there are locations where these stories are archived, and there are horror hosts that tell them. I was always fascinated by that. So yeah, all that material, and of course all the movies I saw, the Universal monsters, and because of all that, I'm not one of those people who are falling out of favor with the idea of crossovers and shared universes. The Wild Hunt universe is going to be all about that.
Very nice. Actually saw an answer in here from the chats that I think is worth sharing. From some guy in Ohio, my answer to this question, my brain runs like a hamster on a wheel. Ideas are the easy part. Picking which one to use is the hard part.
Yeah. Takes a lot of discipline to do that.
Yeah.
A lot of discipline.
I have resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably going to die with at least a dozen unrealized ideas in my head.
Congratulations, you are a writer. Yes.
Yeah, you never know. Although,
get as many of them out as you can.
Yeah, although I guess that actually does kind of naturally segue into a question that I frequently get asked, and I try to answer it the best as I can, but it'll be interesting to get some other perspectives on this. A lot of people have always asked me, how do I actually start writing? Like, how do I actually get the story going and like keep it going? Sometimes, you sit down, it's like in the cartoon, you spend all this time writing a very fancy and then you never get finished, or something like that. Or you just stare at the screen or the piece of paper and you're just like, now what do I do? Even though you had a million ideas on your way to there. So, like I said, I've provided my answers to people over the years, but what would you guys say if asked that sort of question? We'll go in the same order.
All right. In my experience, the writers that I know generally fall into one of two categories. They're either outliners or they're what a lot of us in the writing world call pantsers, because they fly by the seat of their pants. Stephen King is probably the most famous example of that. That's why the endings to Stephen King books are kind of insane, because even he doesn't know how they're going to end when he starts writing them. And then I wish I could remember where I read this, but I swear this was something that I read from Orson Scott Card, who famously wrote Ender's Game, where he said that there's actually a third category that's kind of a combination of the two, and I think that's where I fall. I will make, if it's a long piece, say it's a book, or for Carl below me, I'm doing an audio drama one shot for him for the Power Rangers show. So that was longer, not as long as a book, but it was still longer. So, I do basically a basic outline, just so I can make sure it's like, oh, these are the big beats that I want to make sure I hit, but I always leave myself plenty of room to play as I'm writing, because a lot of times I get better ideas, or at least interesting ideas for details and whatnot, while I'm in that zone writing, and I don't want to box myself in. I want to allow myself the freedom to come up with something new while I'm in the process, because for me personally, if I get too rigid, then it's not as interesting. I feel like a slave to it, but might be because when I was younger, I took some improv classes, so I learned to appreciate the art of improvisation, and particularly with comedy. So I don't know if that was what triggered it, or if it was just something that I naturally enjoyed. So that's why I enjoyed that class. But ever since then, it's been something that it's been a key part of my process.
Well, the answer to the question specifically, well, how you get started? Okay, you got a blank page in front of you, and then how do you keep going? And the answer is actually the same for both. Really, if you're like stuck for getting started, sometimes I get that, or it's like, well, okay, I got my blank page. What do I do? First thing you gotta do is first put some thought into what the overall story is about, its overall themes, and then you think about, okay, who is my main character? Who is this person? What they love, hate, fear, what have you, their ambitions. And then you think about, okay, then the location they're at, the very first scene. So what's that environment like? What do they see? What do they smell? And that stuff. So once you saturate your brain in all these details, and that actually becomes rather easy, particularly once you get into the head of your character. And then it gets really easy for us to actually have now getting started with the story. I'll give you an example, like the one I'm working on right now. I'm taking like an idea that probably would fit better in a novel, but ram it into a short story. And so it starts out with the Secretary General of the United Nations, and so she's gonna, has to find a captain of a ship that was built by the UN, Cooperation UN, and so she had to figure out, okay, who's her best choice and why her logic. And so with all that in mind, I know now what the character is, where they're located, what their motivations are, and then it was like real simple process of, okay, of all of those details, what's the most important one to start with? And I would say, okay, the most important detail is making that decision. So my very first sentence was, Secretary General blah, blah, blah made the toughest decision in her life. First sentence right there. Start you off with. And then I just add the other important details. And then to get the hook in there, so the readers want to read it, I ended that paragraph by saying, but naturally some people didn't agree. And then you get right into the character. right behind that decision. So that first paragraph told you who the character was, what their dilemma was, what was the biggest challenge they had, and then right at the end of that was a hook, so that way you have a reason to keep going. Now, once you get it started, then of course you're writing your story, and the problem is, life intervenes, and so you're going to lose your mood and your train of thought. Then you try to get back on, on your project. It's like, oh great, now how do I get started again? I'm kind of writer's block. Well, you just repeat the process all over again. You just take the character that you're working with at that time. If you got more than one protagonist, get back into their head, get back in their circumstances, and before you know it, you're rolling again. Now, for me personally, what really helps me wants to get rolling, to stay rolling, is I really love character chemistry. So if I can come up with a character they can bounce off either as an antagonist or a what they call a foil. You guys can help me out, but all the different types of sub characters, that kind of co-star in the story. You can get something gelling, and then I can write dialogue actually I can move the story along. But for us, like the listeners out there, you kind of have to find your own kind of your own talent, what really what you're really good at when it comes to developing a scene, and what really gets you juiced up, so you have to get yourself back in that zone, and you'd be surprised how many pages you can get done in one night once you do that.
Cody?
Oh, sorry. Okay, you want to know how I get started on a story? Everyone listen now, close now, this is very important. I open up the computer, I press the power button, I open the writing program, and then I start typing on the keyboard, and no, honesty. I outline stuff. Sometimes they'll start with like tiny little ideas of what I want in the story. Don't ask me where they come from. I couldn't tell you. They come out thin air sometimes. Poof. And then I write a bigger outline trying to connect these ideas. And then once I have that outline, I make a third outline where I decide what happens chapter by chapter. And then I follow that outline until I have everything written down. That's for the novels, at least. I can't not have an outline for a novel. I know, I've tried. It didn't end well. Lots of lives were lost that day. But But when it comes to
Murderer!
Before or after I hit the pedestrians.
yes,
This stream has a body count. I did not expect that. That's
Yeah, you
now.
never know.
when it comes to short stories, that's a different story. Sometimes I can write a short story without needing an outline. Sometimes I can go off the top of my head. I actually did it for a few short stories that I wrote for Chris and Wild Hunt Press. So there you are.
Okay. Carl?
Yeah, Carl.
With me, it's simply a case of self-motivation. It's the Shia LaBeouf me. Just do it. In terms of the stuff that motivates me, I feel like it sounds silly or cheesy, but like the constant sort of feedback from the fans and going, I'm looking forward to you doing this arc, or I'm looking forward to doing that, or I'll have other people to bounce off of, like I'll be in like a conversation like this, but with people who are on the show or people who do the review shows with me, or I'll bounce stuff off them and start getting my head down a train of thought, and then I'll be like, I can't wait to do this. And you brought up earlier on about music. Like for me, I'm completely opposite. Like I have to almost sort of completely isolate myself and have the scene sort of play in my head in silence as I'm writing to hear the characters and that kind of stuff. Like I'll play music before I start to like motivate me and that kind of stuff, and like get me hyped and like imagine what the music will be in the eventual scene. But if I'm hearing words, my brain just doesn't work like that, so I can't concentrate on two things at once. I've got to, borderline focus. A lot of the time with me, with motivation, again, it's just a case of, I can't wait to share this with the world. I can't wait for people to enjoy, to see this. And it's thankfully now got to a point that I've got a nice group of people on the Discord and on the Facebook and stuff like that, where I can put stuff out there and I can get immediate feedback and have people to bounce off of all the time, which is always, I feel like, one of the things I've picked up on the Rangers show especially has been a script editor. And I've found that I tended to be precious with the stuff that I wrote, but it always helps to have somebody be harsh and come in there and say, no, this doesn't work because of this. I've changed it to this. And it does make the eventual episodes better to have that second set of eyes and to have that second set of suggestions and stuff like that. With the more original stuff I've done, it's been more personal. It's been more kind of character-based because I feel like I've got my strength as much as my strength in terms of fan service, in terms of I'm writing the shows that I want as a fan. Like, I'm like, why don't these shows exist? Why are the real people who own this not making it? So I'm going to make it because I know that there is a niche in the market for the people who want this material because I want it because I'm that fan. So I know if I enjoy it, then they will enjoy it. Whereas my strength, I think, with more my original stuff that's not fan-based has been with dialogue and characters and things like that. And that's where I try to tend to hone in on. Because sometimes I worry about my original stuff being a little derivative of, like, I can't help but like, I want it to be like this and like this and like this. And then you go, I've just made a hodgepodge of all these things that I've seen and it's nothing original at all. Which, I mean, in this day and age is very difficult to not do anyway. But just do what you enjoy and you'll enjoy doing it is the best way to put it. I've had several projects that I've started that I don't go back to as often as the main stuff because I haven't got the drive because I'm not as passionate about it. I enjoy doing them, but when I've got a hierarchy of stuff I've got to work on, it's like, okay, I have got to work on the two flagship shows that literally people are signing up to the Patreon to support, they are subscribing to the channel to listen to. Those have got to be my focus to get those done. And then whatever time I've got left over, I can work on the original stuff, as well as having a full-time job in retail. So it's just a case of when I do have time to work on original stuff, I want it to be something that I truly enjoy and I want to put out there. And I always want to find something that I want to do something that nobody's ever done. Like I said, if there's a gap in the market for this certain thing, I will go and do that because I'm like, well, if I'm going to do a version of this character, example, I've done, other audio things in the past. I've done Batman, I've done Star Trek, I want to tell stories that have not been told. Because if I'm just retelling a story that another author has told, then I'm either going to end up imitating or be compared to. So do what makes you original.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Before we get to you, Danny, our final guest has arrived.
Hey,
everybody.
Introduce yourself.
Sorry I'm late. I see lots of friends I know and lots of new friends. Thank you guys for having me. I apologize. I'm running a little bit late. I'm a busy guy.
Well, feel free to introduce yourself.
Senpai is here.
Yes. My name is Matt Denyon. I'm an author. I do predominantly kaiju and superhero stuff. I've done my most well-known series, probably the Atomic Rex series. But I've got around 24 novels published at this point, I think.
Woo!
Yes, thank you. With Severed Press, with Wild Hunt Press, with Chris, with Raventail Publishing. So that's what I do. I work mainly as a teacher for students with special needs, but I love writing. I'm thrilled to be here tonight with so many awesome creative people. I mean, Neil's one of my inspirations, so
We'll tell here on his books.
Thank you, Neil. So I'm thrilled to be here. I can't wait to interact with all you guys.
Yeah. And just so you know, we're sort of going in a zigzagging order, starting that way, going down around. So you'll be answering this question after Chris does. Question has to do with how we actually, people keep asking me how we actually get started. Like, how do you start? How do you keep going?
Okay.
And we were just on this guy below me.
this guy. This is the thing I end up always coming back to, especially because, like you, Omni, I get this question a lot from readers of my material and also just friends, family, people who want to sit down and do this. And I always tell them completely honestly that the hardest thing about starting something is starting something, right? Like depending on your mindset when you go into this wonderful thing we call writing, right? You have to stare at this blank white thing that has nothing on it, and you have to conform it to your imagination. And the thought of that is, if you're not, locked in on it, it's a little daunting. It really is. Anybody here watch or have watched Frasier? Any Frasier fans in here? Okay, we got a couple Frasier hands here. Okay, there's an episode very early on in the series in season 1 where he is assigned to write. He gets the chance to write a psychology book, and he cannot think of it. He's writing it with his brother Niles, and he and his brother lock themselves into a room, into a hotel room, and Frasier says, we must not be intimidated by the tyranny of the blank page. And which is the most Frasier thing ever. I actually love that. I love that line so much. I printed it out and stuck it at my desk at work. And I put it behind me. So if I ever need to spin my chair around, I'm like, I can't do this. I'm going to see Frasier staring at me and telling me to go back and work. But I love that line because the tyranny of the blank page is absolutely a thing, isn't it? It's like this big white dumb thing sitting in front of you, and you got to get past it, and it's not easy. It's not easy to do all the time. So I have a couple of different, for me, and this is going to sound cheesy, and I'm going to say it anyway, but I love to sit and write. I just love to sit and write. It brings me so much fulfillment and joy. It makes me, it gets my gears going. It fills me with just happiness. Like, I love to sit and do this stuff. And so most of the time when I sit down and I see the blank page, I don't see it as a wall keeping me out. I see it as an invitation and something that I don't have to do. It's something I get to do. So for me, I try not to look at it as something that it has to get done. I look at it as a gift, because a blank page to me is a gift. And again, that's cheesy, but at the same time, it's all about just sitting down at your desk, at your computer, your tablet, your typewriter, your quill and ink, whatever. It doesn't matter. Your crayon and your napkin that you stole from an Arby's. It doesn't matter. Whatever material you have, whatever your medium is, you have to shift your mindset from this is a scary white piece of paper, this is a scary white blockage, to I can do anything I want with this, and that's exciting. You have to twist your mind into being excited about it. Now, don't do it inauthentically. If you're staring and you're just not excited and it's like, oh God, this is the worst thing ever, then the best thing you can do is close the darn computer and walk away from it. Because whatever you produce is not going to be your best work. So you have to, even if you have to psych yourself up, and a lot of writers have to psych themselves up, as long as you're doing it authentically and you're drawing from a real place of creativity and joy, then you can sit down and stare at that blank page and say, screw you, blank page. I'm going to turn you into something cool. So I always tell people to be motivated and shift your mindset into making it something that you get to do, that is a privilege to do, because it is. Now, how do you keep going? Like, honestly, that depends. There's no one real answer for that will magically solve people's writer's block or their motivation. You just kind of have to find the motivation, and you have to get set into it. You have to lock in, and you have to find something that's going to motivate you to go forward. And for me, it's the joy of the process, and then the joy of looking back on it when I'm finished for the night. And the other night I was sitting down and I pumped out like 3,000 or 4,000 words in a night for a project I'm working on. And it was like, I can't believe I did that. Like, that's insane. And I closed the computer and I said, cool, now I'm going to sleep. You know,
sleep. What is this sleep?
What is
thing?
this thing? Right? It's all this stuff.
That doesn't exist.
Sleep. What's that? That's a myth.
What are you talking about? I have an intravenous caffeine tank on my back. You just can't see it.
I thought I heard something gurgling behind you. Weird. So it's, again, there's no one real answer that solves it, but find the thing that motivates you, whether it's the thrill of the process, it's the thrill of looking back on what you did and saying, good job, me, or the motivation of knowing that your audience is out there and you have somebody that enjoys what you do, and somebody out there is excited about what I do. There's, like, for me, that's a huge motivator. That's incredibly humbling and powerful. That's a powerful thing. Especially for, I mean, Carl, I know you were just talking about Patreon. I have a Patreon. I've got 17, 18. It's not huge, but it's 17, 18 people. And they cheer me on, and they're like, dude, you got a new thing coming? That's great. And like, oh, I couldn't put into words how motivational that is. So if that's what you got to use to get through, do it. But if you're somebody out there who maybe doesn't yet have an audience to tap into, fill that blank space in with a family member or a friend, somebody who's excited that who's going to be like, hey, you just wrote a chapter. Oh, you wrote a short story. You wrote a poem, anything. You wrote a naughty limerick, anything. Like, it's just something, whatever you've written. Maybe don't write naughty limericks, but if you can find somebody that's motivated, that's a good thing. But at the end of the day, you have to try to find that within yourself, because on a good day, you're going to have people, it might just be one other person who thinks you're radical, but you have to be able to do that for yourself, because if you're not finding the joy for the writing in yourself, and you're getting all of your validation from out there, then you're going to crash and burn.
Right.
Just
a quick thing I just wanted to mention. I don't remember who coined this phrase, but it was a writer, and someone asked him, what he thought of the process, I think, and he said, I don't like to write, but I like to have written, which I've always felt was a little bit cynical. I get it, but I don't know. It's a bit of a loaded statement, because I do think you should enjoy the process.
If you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. That's my motto in life.
Exactly.
Like, if you're not having fun, then why are you doing this to yourself? You're torturing yourself. You're keeping yourself from something that might actually bring you joy. So remember, if writing is your passion, if writing is your job, if it's something you want to be a job, if it's just a side thing that you do just for the heck of it, like, it has to be coming from a place of joy, right? It has to be coming from a place of inspiration. It has to be coming from your heart. So write from the heart. Use your own heart to motivate you. This is so cheesy, guys. No, it's true. Like it's very, very true.
It's damn true.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I mean, again, there are 1,000 different things. And what works for me might not necessarily work for another person. But really, writing is kind of a journey you have to go on where you pick and choose the motivation and the advice and the processes that you've seen from other people and the things that have been given to you as advice. And you try them out. And if it doesn't work, don't do it again. You'll find your own path. But you have to stay on the path or you're never going to get to that beautiful moment where you look down at this thing you worked on and say, well, now it exists. That's motivation. You ever want to hold your own book in your hand? That's motivation. You know, if you ever want to, like, I just, within the last couple of months, collaborated on the script for an audio commentary for an upcoming Kaiju Blu-ray release, which I co-hosted and co-wrote. And here in about a month or so, I'm going to have a Blu-ray in my hand with my name on the back. And like, that's thank you. Yeah. Like, I'm not like trying to brag or anything, but like, that's motivational. Like, that's really, really special. And it's not like a brag thing. It's just like, man, like, here it is. Like, it exists. Something that I worked on is out there. And hopefully it's informing people, giving them joy. That's a big motivator for me, is the fact that people like what I do. And, you know, those people, if I can give any kind of joy to someone, that's enough reason for me to sit down and spend hours writing thousands and thousands of words, you know? So make it a little bit of like, make it a balance between other people and their belief in you and your own personal enjoyment of the process and that feeling you're going to get when you see it completed. If you can find that balance and you can stick to it, then you will create cool things. There you go.
So, having added all of that cheese, Chris, would you like to add some toppings?
Actually, Chris, before you get going, is it fair that maybe we do you a plug real quick? Here's one of your kaiju novels, Mega Drax.
Thank you.
So you
And thanks for having a copy of it.
Monster books too.
I thank you for that. That was actually the first edition from Severed Press, and I really thank the guys over there and ladies, whoever may be on the staff, for publishing it. There's currently a new version of it, split into 2 books from the great people at Raventail Publishing, and I really thank them for that. I hope some people buy it and review it, and I hope the people who don't like it forget to review it. But anyway, yeah, and about that, I'll get into that about, a little bit about dealing with, the people that, read your stuff and don't like it and let you know. But what has really motivated me to write, especially if I'm in one of those funk periods or writer's block, give me a deadline. Because a lot of times, when the best motivator to do something is when you have to do it.
That's true.
Yeah, it's not always good to rush people, but you, if you have a deadline, that gives you more motivation. One thing I do, the similar thing to with the music, I'll put on my playlist and just listen to the music and come up with ideas or something that works for me. You might want to try it, and it's safe to try this at home. Usually, when you go to bed at night, before going to sleep, maybe let's say the 20 minutes, half hour before you go to sleep, I lay there and I imagine I'm watching a movie that I'm creating based on what I want to write. What am I going to make Mike Nero do next, for example? How am I going to get him in this planned rematch with the Rampaging Mummy? Real stuff in the books, by the way. And I just think, and I play out the scenario, I add details, and before going to sleep, I might have a skeleton of a story. And like Cody, what he says when he writes, I do try to do outlines, at least in terms of writing out all the characters who are going to appear. Because I notice if you're not really sure on the cast, you don't want to forget names, you don't want to forget the spellings. I'm prone to that. So I do an outline, especially with Nero book 4 and 5, because those dealt with 2 rather big street gangs that were hunting him down and fighting each other. So I really had to know the names of all the gang members and some of the most prominent protagonists or bystanders and players in Buffalo, New York that they ran across. So I write them all down, and I look back. I make myself a reference guide, and I'll add things as I go on. Because those were a lot of gang members, and I had to write down who's gonna fight who's gonna win, what weapons are they gonna use. I try to put that all out, and when you do that in the outline, you pretty much more or less have some chapters written out. You just have to embellish them, and that works for me. And a lot of the stuff that Daniel was saying about something with doing something that you love. Yeah, I mean, a motivator for me, I look back in the past, all those great horror books and superhero books from Marvel and DC and Warren and everything, and all those memorable attempts by Charlton to do the same thing.
And then DC bought them.
Yeah, well, did they buy Charlton?
Yeah, that's how they got Captain Marvel or Shazam, whatever you want to call him.
Oh, that's Fawcett.
Now they got like Blue Beetle and Captain Atom and those guys from.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the superheroes. Yeah, I was. Oh, you're right. And everything. That's how they got them, and that's how we ended up with Watchmen. Long story that we won't go into.
Yeah.
But anyway, main point there. I look back on those days, and I used to think, I want to do this. I want to write stories. I could do a better Werewolf by Night story than that, and I probably couldn't. But the thing is, I would think I'd like to. And now we got Nero, which is, I'm not going to say it's better, but it's my attempt to at least pay an homage to those books that I grew up reading and saying, I want to do that. And yes, there's nothing like having a book in your hand or looking at the digital version and seeing reviews. Now, dealing with the negative reviews, it's hard, man. I mean, you like to know if you brought someone joy, and that's great. But, when you're a writer or you're a filmmaker or whatever, you're putting yourself out there. And it's not an easy thing to do. It's scary. I mean, you're thinking, what if people don't like it? Well, no matter who you are, some people won't. So, because no one can please everyone. And, and sometimes what you're doing that some people might love and think is worth 5 stars, another reader might say that's 2 or 1 stars. I didn't like that. So, you have to grow a thick skin, and it's not easy because, and you're going to offend some people. Nero definitely will, and all my work will with some of the directions I go. So, you got to understand, not everyone's going to like it. And there's many times, when I see that when I see negative reviews and I say, all right, I'm done with writing. I don't need this. I'm done. And then, I might go as long as 12 hours not being a writer anymore. So, but you got to bounce back.
Yeah, but one thing you got to do is learn to separate the authentic negative reviews from the bad faith reviews.
Yeah, for sure.
Some people just write bad reviews just to take shots at you.
My favorite one I ever had was somebody wrote on one of my things, less narration, more action. Explain to me how exactly I'm going to do action without narration in an audio drama.
Maybe what they're trying to say is exposition. They don't know the difference. But there's a practical side to actually negative reviews, especially this day and age when books now are predominantly purchased on sites like Amazon, and where you got a long list of reviews. Because there's something what some independent authors do is they'll get like their friends together and their relatives put a bunch of 5-star reviews on there. And I think a lot of readers out there are savvy to that, to artificially boost the book. So if you have at least a couple bad reviews mixed in with the good reviews, well, then that kind of legitimizes the good ones. So
although if you're an independent author,
what's that?
If you're an independent author, trying to get at least some 5-star ratings on there is good for the algorithm. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. You gotta play by Amazon's game, and that's part of it.
Well,
we do still have to let Matt answer, though.
Oh, sorry.
Sure. I apologize, Kim. The original question was how to get started with writing Omni. Is that correct?
How do you get just the question of like you've heard, like you sit there, you stare at the blank page, you might have had a million ideas on your way to sit down to write, and then suddenly you sit there and you suddenly have no idea what you're doing. How do you get started? How do you keep going? What motivates you to keep doing it no matter what?
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. I unfortunately missed what the top row said, and Cody and Carl. I liked a lot of what Daniel had to say, and Christo. Like, I think they hit a lot of good points. So when it comes to me for writing, I've had it said to me that there's two different ways to do it. I think one person told me, he asked me, like, am I a plotter or just like a runner? And he explained it like, I didn't know what he meant. He's like, a plotter does like the outlines like Chris does, which works for some people. Yeah. I just kind of sit down and we'll start. But it's I know it's tough to see how that happens. So what I do, I come from an educational background. I actually started writing when I was working on my master's degree. And I was doing my thesis on a bunch of different behavioral topics. And one of them was brain-based learning. And I thought, this is actually really cool. And the concept was that, like, you want to start off with something you enjoy doing, and then take that energy and switch it to something similar that you might not enjoy doing as much. So, for instance, I thought to myself, I don't want to write this several hundred-page thesis I have to do for my master's, but I've been interested in writing a book. So I just started trying to do the book. And then I think it ties into what Daniel was saying about making it a fun activity for you and making it, reinforcing. So I would do that, switch to doing my thesis for a little bit because I already had my brain in this high motivating area. And then I would set a timer for myself and think okay, I got 45 minutes to work on a thesis. And then I could take a 30-minute book break. And I found that because my brain was already functioning at such a high level from switching from the book to the thesis and back to the book, it helped. And it made me look like Daniel said, I really look forward to my writing then because it's this is my break and my chance to be creative. But it also helps with the thesis. So I did try to carry that over in future work that I would do. So even when my thesis was done, I would wait till I was working on some other project that required a high level of concentration for me. And then I would say, okay, I'm going to use my book writing as my break from this. That way I'm not also taking a break to watch TV or, surf the net or whatever. I'm still keeping my mind at a high functioning level. But, it was already kind of primed to do those things because I was working on something that did require a lot of attention. So that's one thing that I did. I found that helped out quite a bit. And then, again, for me, I find if I just start writing, it helps. So I will also try to make it, I find this reinforcing. Some people don't, but I try to work out every day, and it's reinforcing for me. So I try to set a target of every day I'm going to write 1,000 words. Maybe I'm not going to use that 1,000 words later on because I decided it doesn't fit, or maybe I will. And for me, that's where not utilizing an outline is coming helpful. So for instance, I know a couple of you guys have read my book Chimera, where it has the character Allison in it. I had originally my dog's trying to break in. Sorry, Heinz, stay out there. There's that reinforcing stuff, right? Anyways, I had originally thought to use the character of Allison in that book just for the first third of the book. But as I was writing, I was I really like this character, so I ended up extending her. Not just through that book, but then I got feedback on the book from reviews and stuff, and people really liked that character, and I did too. So I ended up using her more. So I'm not saying that's the best way for everybody. Again, as a teacher, people learn, people function best in different ways. So yes, if you're a very structured person, I would recommend having an outline that can give you a sense of what you need to follow and step by step. If you're a person who's more does better on the fly, then not so much. But I did find in terms of answering the question of getting started, again, I really like Daniel's answer. I want it to be a reinforcing thing for me, not this thing where I have to write a book. I want it to be I'm looking forward to my opportunity to do this, and and then it really helps, I think, to get you flowing and you're looking forward to it and you're focused on it. Again, if you get into an exercise routine, eventually you'll be I'm looking forward to my workout. And, that can certainly help out. And then I think what I heard from a lot of people here is that finished product. When you get to hold your own book in your hands. I think, Cody, I was just talking to you about this, right? I had said, aside from holding my 2 kids in my hands for the first time, it's maybe like the coolest thing I've ever held in my hands. Like, this is mine. This is something that I did and put it out there. So that would be my answer to that question. Just to piggyback on what Neil and Chris were talking about when it comes to reviews, and I think Nathan really hit a nail on the head too a little bit here, was you can't look at all the good reviews and all the bad reviews and try to look at them in a vacuum, right? So for instance, a good review to me, if it just says, I love this book, I'm grateful for it, but I don't find it very helpful because it's not saying like, I love that Matt, the way he incorporated action or the way he described this or the character interactions, whatever the case might be. The same for a bad review. If I get a review that says, this book sucks, it's like, all right, well, this does not have any value to me. It's not worth my time. But if, somebody says, I felt like he could have done better character development, better descriptions, and that's actually a useful tool for me going forward. Like another example I often give, a lot of you guys know my brother Mark is also a writer, and like I would say probably a better writer than me because he's an English teacher. And I'll never forget when I did write my first book, I said, hey, can you look at this for me? And he looked at it and he said, you know what, I really liked it. I hated the first chapter. It really sucked. You like really didn't do a good job of explaining this. And I didn't want to like be mad at him, and because I know a lot. I see this with a lot of people, like, oh, he just doesn't like me or whatever. Not anybody here. I'm saying that's the case, in general. So try to keep an open mind towards criticism, and be ready to be an honest self-evaluator. So look for criticism that you can grow from. Right? Nobody's perfect. Nobody here's third heading. So nobody got that reference, right? Cody, did you get that reference at least, Mr.
Sorry,
Perfect?
I did not.
Oh
I got that reference.
Thank you, Carl. So,
That's also, if I could say, the important thing of having some very honest editors. They'll inure you to criticism fast.
It's
true.
They'll show you it's important.
But I think that's how I would utilize it. So I hope that helps answer the question for the audience, right? Right.
I think that was a good answer. I think they were all good answers. This is why I'm really liking this, because I think the people in my audience in particular who have been looking for these answers, I mean, obviously they'll ask me, but I think having a wide variety is also doing wonders for them. And speaking of the audience, I have noticed a couple of questions in here that I think would be interesting talking points. Let me see if I can find... Okay, here's one from Saverio Vinci. When writing a long book, are you limited to how many pages you get to use, or is there no limit and you can make the book as big and as big as a block of cement? Pondering, book, writing, brick.
I didn't realize that you could translate emojis. That's impressive.
That's why he's the Omni viewer.
That is right. That is
something out of seeing the trailer for that movie.
Yeah. Are we doing the same order again?
Yeah, sure. So here, I can leave it up there. No, it was above it there.
Yeah,
I can leave it up there so people can remember what it is.
Okay. Yeah. Are we doing the same?
I'll drop
order
it once we get to the lower row so we can actually see you guys.
Okay. Yeah, but we're doing the same order, right?
Yep.
Okay. Also, just real quick, talking about deadlines. Here's a nice one-liner for you. It's one of my favorite things from my writing professor back when I was in college, which was, in my class, deadline is a literal, not figurative term. You cross this line, you're dead. So, whether it's self-imposed or an external deadline, those are all good. But anyway, to answer this, my philosophy is the stories, it gets to be as long as it needs to be. I don't, other than thinking to myself, okay, this needs to be a short story. So, I put that sort of limitation on me. But when it's something longer, I let it, I just let it flow out of me. And then if I go back in the editing process and I'm like, okay, I don't need that, and I can make stuff shorter then, but otherwise first draft, I don't care. I just let it all come out. Funny thing is, my first novel was originally supposed to be a short story, but it got too big for its britches. I'm like, okay, it's got to be a book now. So that's my take on it. Because you have to allow the story to be what it needs to be. And if you put too many artificial walls, barriers, whatever metaphor you want to use on it, I think you can end up hurting it. I think we've all seen, read, or whatever something that we felt was either too long or too short, and we're like, you should have added this, or you could have cut this and it wouldn't have hurt anything, something like that. So some people don't figure it out. They don't do the editing process to refine that, but I other than a few parameters, like in terms of things like like depending where you're submitting it or what the genre is, a short piece versus a long piece, I'm fine with that. But otherwise, you let the story figure itself out through you. That sounded very esoteric, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, to answer that, how long can a book be? Well, if you're an independent author, you could make it as big as a cement block if you want, but there's a practical matter of, the first thing to think about is reader fatigue. If you let that story be a Stephen King-sized novel, you can burn out your reader, and you're going to have less likely to get, say, like a review from them, or maybe even a return sale from them. Let's say pick up a different book from you. There's those practical things to think of. Now, say if your book is also going to be in a physical format, then you have to think about the practical matter of the cost of publishing that book, which means the more expensive it is, the harder it is to sell it. Like my own experience with that, like my slimmer novel, like my very first one, I Shall Not Mate, that was a rather slim book and that sold quite well. And the following one, Vistakel, is a big fat thing, and that thing barely moves. And also, from my experience too, the skinny one's gotten a lot of reviews, whereas the fat one, no, not very many reviews. And I think that's one practical thing you mean like have in the back of your head before you let your story just kind of, proliferate like locusts, as far as number of pages. Yeah, is like, well, okay, someone's going to have to read this thing, and now they're going to get burnt out from it. That's one thing I would throw in there, and then I'm sure everyone else is going to have a lot of other good ideas, but good recommendations. But I think that's a very important one to think about, the whole logistics of dealing with an oversized book.
Yeah, but I think it depends on the audience. Some people like long books.
That's true. There are some, but you want to try to get as many readers as possible. So the ones who like long books probably like short books as well.
Yeah.
I guess
maybe I should say this now. I recently tried to appease both sides with when I published Nero Book 4 and Book 5, which were relatively slim, just like all the others before it. I published them simultaneously because it was basically one story that went through two books. I also simultaneously published a Book 4 and 5 combo, that also had all the additional bonus material that was pretty thick. And in my considering my experience with that, Book 4 and 5 sold, just like the previous 3 volumes. The Book 4 and 5 combo, not so much.
So,
put the question back up there.
Building off of something that was said. Darn it, I'm scattered brain now. Let me try again. Okay, there's 2 factors you need to take into account. One, is there a publisher that you're trying to pitch this to, or are you going to be self-publishing? And also, think about what you're willing to spend on editors, because you have to pay editors. You do not disrespect them by saying, oh, you'll be paid with experience or with publicity or anything. Don't do that. So publishers will sometimes have a mandatory thing where it has to be a certain amount of words, otherwise we can't do anything with it. I had tried to get Zernasia published under Wild Hunt Press, but Chris felt that the book was too long. This is after I whittled it down from 130,000 words to 85,000. And I said, that's okay, and decided to go self-publishing. So for me, I prefer the self-publishing thing, so I can do as long as I want. I don't give a fuck about what the readers want. He said, knowing he was destroying his own career, but no. 9 times out of 10, I'm writing for me, and so I write down what I need to until the story that's in my head is out on the page. Then I worry about shelling out money to editors and being like, "What did you do to yourself?"
Yeah. Carl, your answer should be unique because you're talking about audio dramas here.
Yeah, mine's less page length and more episode length. Like, I can make the episodes as long as I want, but like back in the day when I first started and everybody had all this free time and I had all this free time, I was getting episodes out every 2 weeks. It was like 20-minute episodes, boom, boom, boom. Nowadays, I buy an episode every month or every bi-monthly or something like that. But I feel like I want to give everybody their worth, and also I feel like I've got a little bit more verbose in the way that I tell the story sometimes. So I've gone from 25 pages was the standard back in the day of a script, whereas now, in more recent episodes, it's got up to like 45, 50 pages. And the general rule with screenwriting, not exactly screenwriting, but the rule that I was taught was a minute for a page. So my thing is like, so long as it, a finale could be an hour and a half, something like that, but a general episode, so long as it's under like an hour or so, then to me that's made it worth the time, and it's a full content and enough time to tell a full story. I've never made a feature length thing yet, and God, I'm fine with that, quite frankly. Especially because you were bringing up about the stuff with the editors. This is totally a hobby thing for me. On the side, as I said, it's starting to become a bit more of a thing with the Patreon. But I have professional voice actors that do this for me just for fun. Like, I cannot afford to pay everybody, so I can't pay anybody. So I literally just put out things on Facebook group is how it started, or social media, and said, look, I'm starting this thing. It's totally just out of passion. Is anybody interested on like a casting website? I pay anybody, but I'll obviously you could be part of this thing and you could get to be these iconic characters. And that's how it started. And now it's got to this point where, Jesus, I put out a casting call, especially for a male character now, and I have 20 auditions and they're all really good. And I have to go, crap, now it's a case of these people are taking the time out of their day to do this. And I have to choose one over the other, which always sucks because some of them are friends and that at this point. But to get back to what I was saying about the length thing, with that, in terms of what you were saying about the editors, for me, it's the voice actors. My main person is I try and keep it short as I can and matter-of-factly, but I have like a narrator, which is, as I said, which is kind of like fills in the gaps of whatever you wouldn't be seeing because it's just an audio format. So I would feel like I was taking the P if I delivered a script and they had, pages and pages and pages of monologues. That's where, to me, I'm like, I don't want to waste the audience time, and I also don't want to waste the voice actors' time because they're taking time out of their doing this job professionally to do this for me for fun. So I don't want to have them in the studio recording for 2 days because I decided to write an epic. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. It's definitely, everything is a balance with this stuff, isn't it? It's all about finding the balance, and for me, it's about the balance between how long the story needs to be in order for it to breathe right and exist as it should, mixed with trying to be respectful of your audience a little bit, right? And the people who are also going to have to sit and work on it and all that good stuff, everybody would, I think, like every author has it in their head that they'd love to write like this, 900 word infinite jest length book that's like the next great American novel, and it's like Moby Dick, where it's like, it's not a huge giant book, but it's dense, like this big epic tome. But at the same time, you have to be realistic about that kind of stuff. And it really does depend on who you're writing for, and that's audience-wise and who's going to put the thing out into the world-wise. If you're working with a publisher and they say, okay, well, we're not the biggest publisher in the world, and we're willing to, like, we're in 90,000 words, 100,000 words. Okay, cool. Now you've got something that's strictly to work with. If you're doing it entirely self-published, obviously you have wiggle room. So honestly, you have the freedom to do pretty much anything you want. There is to like directly answer the question here, there's not necessarily like a limit put in place for you, especially with self-publishing. It's your baby. You can do what you want with it. As long as it reflects what you want to do, but you also have to be disciplined about it. You have to go back in. Don't make something long just for the sake of making it long. Don't write infinite jest just for the sake of saying you're doing infinite jest. Don't do that. Whatever ends up in front of a reader, whatever that thing is that you get to hold at the end of the day to be proud of, needs to be the best possible version of the idea, right? It needs to be the best possible thing you can do.
Right.
And that also applies to the length. If you find that it needs to be longer because you need to give more development to something, or there's a scene missing, it's like, okay, well, maybe I need something kind of inserted in the middle here to provide a little more context or to help build up this thing that happens 9 chapters later a little bit better, then do it. Do it. If you're working with a limitation for a publisher and that thing is super important, then guess what? You got to take your scissors out and you got to cut you got to start taking things out everywhere else.
The phrase I heard was kill your beauties.
Yeah. You might have to take out something that you think is brilliant, right? You might look at this. Oh, I'm proud of that line. Oh man, this sequence, this sentence, this paragraph, and you're going to have to deal. Like, it sucks, but you have to, sometimes you do have to.
With that though, what I find, which when I got a project, I create a separate file called cutscenes. And if you take that stuff, you have to do it for the sake of word count. You have to take it out, even though you love it. If you just put it in the cutscenes, it's not truly gone, and it's easier to do. And then you can back later on and read for a different story.
Yeah. Keep all of your old drafts in case you ever want to go back to something that you took out. That's a habit I've been getting into a lot more now. So
same.
It doesn't matter how long or short it is. If it's something short or a short story or whatever, I might go through 5 drafts of the thing. So if you find it on my hard drive, you'll see 5 different copies of it. Yeah.
But Nathan, you have seen my stuff. When I send it off to Sadama, what comes back sometimes is wildly different to what was originally there.
Yeah.
And like I have to kind of I get it back and I'm like offended. I'm like, how dare you take that out? How dare you change my work? It's my show. And then I read it and I go, yeah, but this is actually better. And then I'll make like a hybrid. And then I'll admit that it's better. And then I'll make a hybrid version where I put some stuff in that I still like and whatever, that kind of stuff. But sometimes I literally finished an episode last night. I had it done. I was listening back to it. And then I went, oh, damn, there's a continuity error. I literally, the episode was published, it had been recorded, it was put together with the music and the sound effects and everything. And I literally, at last minute, hit up somebody, one of the VAs last night, was like, could you record this line that will fix this continuity error? And he did it for me within like 2 hours. I was like, oh, you're amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. But I would say, like, to summarize everything that a lot of us have been saying, the most important thing in my experience is to make sure whatever you're writing, regardless of how short or long it is, it has to be compelling. Because there have been points where, as a podcaster, I've gotten worried that, oh my gosh, this episode's too long and people aren't going to like it. But they're going to get bored with it or whatever. And then I've had people tell me, it's like, no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's long, but you're never boring. So keep going.
Yeah. I would say, honestly, your work you did with Michael Hamilton on the Power Trip is a very good example of that, because how long was your longest episode? Like
5 hours? 5 hours? And you were on it?
Yeah, I was on the Die Ranger 5-hour episode. This might have been a little too long, but like the thing is, your listeners kept saying, because you did keep saying in the episodes, these episodes are starting to creep up to 2.5 hours. This one's 3. This one's 3.5. Is that cool? you know, and your audience kept telling you, and I saw those comments, your audience kept telling you, no, keep talking. Like, we will listen to this obscenely long thing because we like hearing it all.
Yeah.
And I was one of those people. I love long form podcasts like that. So
Well, I mean, you and I just, that's actually relevant for this week because I published our Godzilla versus Gigan episode for the Monster Island Film Vault. And I will admit, I was a little scared because it ended up being 4 hours. I did not plan on that. And I went back after I'd finished working on it and just had it published. I was just listening to it for fun. I there were points where I actually lost track of time because we just go. You know, now some of that was the power of editing, but still, I'm just like, man, it's 4 hours, but it's never boring. It just goes.
You two talking for 4 hours, can't imagine it.
Why'd you see Elijah and Daniel get together?
Good Lord, the most epic podcast ever of all time.
Matt, you haven't answered this question yet.
Chris, did you want to go first?
I was going to say Chris hasn't.
Chris, yeah.
Well, you kind of did. You went out of turn, but did you have anything to add?
Yeah, go with Chris. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, I'm sorry for going out of turn.
Happens.
Well, yeah, what I can add, I guess, as Neil noted, now it was with a very heavy heart that I decided ultimately, in conversation with Cody, not to publish their Zenosha because of the length. It was with a heavy heart because, man, I'd worked with Cody since the beginning of his career, and I love the stuff he did, and I'm arrogant enough to think I was one of the ones, along with Matt, who kind of helped nurture his career.
I would say so.
Thank you, brah. And I love you, man. It was hard, but as Neil said, there's a lot of considerations you have to take. I mean, from the standpoint of a publisher, it's really expensive to publish a book. I mean, not only to pay like the editors, as Cody noted, and I have a small editorial team I have to pay, but to pay for the covers, because you've got to have professional covers, which means I'm going to give a quick shout out to Lunga Creatives. They do great covers. They did several of mine, and they did the cover of Zenosha, Cody's. And
it's actually pronounced Cernacia.
Cernacia, my bad. Okay.
It's all good.
They did Cody's cover, Lunga Creative. So yeah, there's a lot of expenses, and the main reason very enormous books were popular for so long was because I would say maybe a period of time from the 60s to like the 90s prior to the digital era, that was the standard. When Stephen King came of age and Michael Crichton, it was a standard at the time. It was expected. They didn't publish short stories or serializations as much anymore as they did in previous eras. But, with the advent of the digital publishing era, a lot of that's come back now, and it's hard to make a profit with newer authors whose brand is just becoming known and their character brands are just becoming known, and making any kind of profit. And that you worry it's going to be a big expense. And I did a little experimenting, as I mentioned, with Nero, with the Nero book 4 and 5 combo, and didn't move very much. And that was one of mine. And people would just rather we'll get 4 and then we'll get 5. So that's why with the current era I made that decision. I guess the last thing to say on that is not only are you more flexible with the digital era, but you can have a very long story and serialize it. Series, especially with genre fiction, they sell better than in just one big tome. So yeah, you could still do a long story. I'll publish long stories. I would just like to make it a couple of volumes. So I mean, but that's just my preference and everything. And one last thing to say, going back to something else, I just want to point out, a couple of us has mentioned, starting with Daniel, how awesome it is to have a book in your own hand. You know what? The one thing that could be even more awesome, to see your book in somebody else's hand, like I saw it in Neil's.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Absolutely.
So to answer the question, I'm fortunate to everybody else answer before me because you guys all have such good answers, and I can kind of work around that. But most publishers aren't necessarily looking for a page count so much as a word count. So if you're going through a publisher, they like a lot of people said, they'll give you a word count. Most of the publishers I've worked with are looking for their stories to be between 50,000 to 75,000 words. So that's one thing to consider, and that's for like an adult novel. I think like Neil had mentioned this before too. You want to think about your audience. So like I've written books, children's books, young adult books, and adult books, and of course each of those is going to have a different amount of words and pages that you want, so you can work on that reader's attention. I will say something too to go back, and this will go back tying to the criticism thing that had come up earlier. So when I did my first book, Chimera, I thought, I've got this all 75,000 words. I want to use it. And I did this with a publisher who had editors that I didn't have to pay for. So of course, like I did my best to edit the book, and they edited the book. But and Omni, you can speak to this. Like you did a review on it, I believe, and like he liked the book overall, but there were like a noticeable amount of typos in the book, right? Mm-hmm. So one thing that I learned from that experience was, of course, like I felt like I had to do a better job in addition to the editors. But the other thing that came to mind is the word count when it comes to how much I can find what I'm not doing right. So to make an analogy, if I play a lot of basketball, right? So if I play a basketball game and it takes me 50 shots to score 20 points, I did score 20 points, but my shooting percentage is garbage, right? If the next game I come back and I say, I think I can still get 20 points, but it's going to be better if I choose my shots more carefully. So if I cut that down and I take 30 shots to score 20 points, it's better. So like the way I can use that analogy is if I have to read 75,000 words of my own work, it's more, each new word is an opportunity for me to miss a typo or something that I had put in there. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So if I cut it down to 50,000, I found that I'm much more apt to pick up my own mistakes. And then additionally, who's ever editing the work, like Chris and Cody had said too, they have less to go through too, because I think people like us who are writers, and if you yourself in the audience are looking to be a writer, especially reading your own work, I know I tend to fill in what I meant to say and not necessarily what the book says. So yeah. So I do think like if you can try to keep it smaller in that respect, it helps. Definitely often I use a lot of sports analogies, but I'll tell people when you're writing, like the story aspect of it is very good. It's like playing offense. Okay, everybody loves offense because it's fun and it's flashy. But when you have to go back and do the editing and the punctuation and the grammar, that's like playing defense, which is difficult and not so much fun. But if you can get yourself into a spot where you reduce the amount of errors you can possibly make while still telling the best story, I feel like that's the sweet spot. And I can say like, nobody's ever perfect at anything, but I do know that like as I've done multiple books, I've seen further reviews where it's like, oh, I really like Denion's really worked on cutting down on like grammar mistakes and typos and stuff. So part of that is the shorter word count. And I do get better sales for the most part off of books, like I think Neil had said, that are shorter, because we do live in a society where everything's got to be like very quick. So I have had people post reviews that like, oh, I really like this book. It was a quick read. It wasn't that long. At like 50,000 words, I got it for a cross-country flight and I was done by the time I got back. So that can also come back to help on the sales end. So those are all things to consider. Definitely you want to take as much time as you can to write your book. So like everybody else had said, if you're given a limit by a publisher and you feel like that limit's not applicable to you, then go the self-publishing route. But also keep in mind, every new word is another chance for a mistake that you might miss to be made, which can certainly hurt you as a writer in terms of like people wanting to read you more. Like, you might have really good stories, but if it's clunky because there's, stuff that you might have missed or other people, it could turn them off in the future.
Yeah, and I think what I highlight the point that you made though is also there's writer fatigue with a long manuscript too.
Very true.
Which is basically what you're kind of like hitting at too. So you got reader fatigue and you got writer fatigue. And then when you get to near the, so you're doing like using my own example, my Great American Kaiju novel over there, Vista Kill. By the time I got close to the end, I was so burnt out. Like I'll confess, my beginning is nowhere near as good or my ending is nowhere near as well written as the beginning because it just burnt out. So I had to go back and redo the ending because of the writer fatigue. Yeah. Whereas with the shorter novel, if you go with the shorter story, shorter novel, you're not going to have that fatigue when you get down to the grand finale, and that way you can really cross the finish line running.
Yeah, that's good. And maybe another good analogy. You don't want to make your book into your own Frankenstein, right? Where like it becomes out of your control because it's just too much. So let's learn from one of the greatest books ever, right?
Yeah. Knowing your own limits, I do think is important. I will tell you, one of, if not my favorite novel of all time is The Lord of the Rings, but I don't think I have 1,000-page book in me.
Right. Yeah, no, I do not.
I wouldn't even try.
Yeah, and me personally, I never know how long my books are going to be, because at this point I've got 2 books that are in the same series. You got Occult Mafia and Occult Mafia. This isn't it. Occult Mafia 2. And, this is how thick the first one is. Second one's much thinner. I did not plan that, but that's just how long the story wound up being.
They're still great books. Go buy them.
Yeah, how did the sales compare with those 2 books, between the larger and the thinner? Has it been a difference? As far as the sales on those 2 books, has it been a difference?
Honestly, I have no idea what the difference is. People, I don't seem to notice any difference between larger books or smaller books. They just sell as they sell. That's for me, anyway. There was another question in the comments that I think we'll get some very interesting answers from. Raptor of Rex 07 Bushit says, "What do you do when you feel discouraged?"
Give up. That's not. No, that's not.
Absolutely. Kick him now.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, and it's a very real thing. It can come from responses that you get from audience members, or it could, like I said, try to weed out the bad faith reviews, by people who just want to take shots at you because for whatever reason they don't like you or whatever. You kicked their dog in a past life or something. I don't know what kind of crazy motivations these people have, but so you want to definitely separate those. But even if you can find, the good faith negative reviews, it can still weigh on you. But then I do think I've heard some people who try to discount this, and I think it's short-sighted, but imposter syndrome is a thing. And I think any of us here would, if we're honest, we would say, like, there are points where we doubt even ourselves, even if we've got plenty of positive feedback and we've got people who, enjoy our stuff and want more and all of that. But then you start wondering, it's like, am I really that good? It's why we think negative reviews are more honest than positive reviews for some odd reason. But I do think, for me personally, I have to echo some of the things that we have talked about already in this stream, which is, remember what.
Remember.
Give me a second. Give me a second. It goes back to, that there are people who are waiting for this and they are eagerly anticipating this, and that can be very motivating. And to know that there are people beyond yourself that appreciate what you're doing. And, some people, they write stuff and it's just for them, and that's totally cool. That's cool, totally cool with me. You can do that. But if your goal is to share what you're working on with the world, keep in mind that there are people who appreciate it, and when you keep that in mind, it can help you to continue on. You don't have to rely entirely on yourself to keep yourself going. I think, because I do think encouragement by definition needs to come from outside of yourself. You need to have, and that's why I do think having a writing community, a creative community, can also be very important as well. So you can keep yourself accountable to them, but then they can also they can also remind you, just like, hey, I know this project's been tough, but you can keep working on it. It's turning out all right. You've made a lot of progress. So it's not just your audience that's cheering you on, it's other writers, it's other creatives as well, who can tell you, hey, I have faith in you. And you can remind yourself, okay, like, I have a friend who I think is honestly the most brilliant writer I've ever known. His name is Nick Hayden. I've collaborated with him on a lot of projects. He's far too humble to admit how talented he is. but we all love him to death. And the thing is, I know Nick's a better writer than me. I will freely admit that, but he'll never say it. And every time I send him a manuscript, say, "Hey, can you take a look at this for me?" He's always very honest, but he's also very quick to say, "Hey, this part is really working for me." And knowing that, getting that kind of feedback from someone I really respect really helps to keep me going. So like I said, remember your audience and have a good community. I had to break it down. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Well, before I get started, let's have a Nathan Marchand plug. One of his books.
I've got them all back here.
Like candy at the moment, so
You're
books here, So.
You're quickly becoming that one guy in the snake oil salesman crowd who says it worked for me. Michelle, no, go.
I can boast. I published it for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Got a beautiful cover too, Look at that. Nice.
Yeah, I love the cover.
From Manga Creative.
Yeah. So anyway, now for me, like the source of a lot of my discouragement, came far as my own ability to write, and if that's where your source of discouragement is, odds are you're probably new at writing, and one thing to recognize about writing, it's a skill. It's not every writer has to learn the skill. Every writer started out as a hack on day one. No one's brilliant on their first day, first story. I mean, you could listen to Ray Bradbury, he talked about when it came to writing, he says, okay, if you're having trouble writing, just commit to writing one story a week, short story a week. So that'd be 52 short stories. At least one of them is going to come out great. So in other words, so it's a skill you have to practice. And now, since that was the source of my discouragement, it's been so long since I dealt with that. I can't remember how I dealt with it other than through self-discipline and just being real that, this is something you just have to learn to do and just be patient with yourself. The other kind of discouragement I deal with now is more dealing with work environment where, my job is such a meat grinder. I really don't have time to do the writing. And I kind of want to show you can keep doing this, and I don't have the strength to do it. But somehow I managed to find the space to still kind of crank out a new story anyway. And so kind of the answer that I found to do with that situation is just plain sheer self-discipline. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a mountain you got to climb. But eventually you're going to climb that mountain and you come down on the downward slope. And after a while, you really don't deal with discouragement anymore. Or even like with critics, you kind of, like what Matt Denyon said, all your critics are really both people who love you and hate you. They're all tools that you can look at their feedback. Okay, maybe not that takes out.
Everyone is a tool. Neil Reeby, 2024.
It's not about getting quote. That's a paraphrase.
I probably lost all my readers right there. Like, oh, we're just tools to you. Oh,
wow. I hope I'm at least a hammer.
Like you're hammered, Nate.
Stop. Hammer time.
Yes.
Well,
Stop. Copyright.
Mouth disease, I got it pretty bad. I usually, I put my foot in mouth so often I can taste my own shoe size.
We get into a whole weird area here.
It's kind of a self-discipline thing, and it's going to be rough at first, but trust me, in time, and it will take time, you're going to overcome that negative feeling coming from inside of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so how to deal with discouragement. I can only say what I end up doing for whatever ends up happening. Whether there's a critic that says something you may not agree with, there's an unexpected obstacle you come across when writing, or really anything. This is what I do. I let myself feel bad about it. I go through the grieving process. I may tell someone how I'm feeling, or sometimes I won't. And then I'll let myself take a depression nap. Then when I wake up, I listen to sad music. And then over time, it slowly changes to positive music. This is honestly how it happens. I go from the phrase, "how to save a life," to Kiss's "I believe in me." And then I find them through that. I end up, and the support of people who love me and support my work, I get back into the groove, I keep doing what I love to do, which is writing stories.
All right.
Moving on.
Yeah, I've had when at the time you read a negative comment, and sometimes they're so ridiculous you just kind of chuckle because obviously I'm putting it out on the internet platform, and one of the things I put it out on YouTube and all those kind of things where that kind of stuff's going to happen, and you just kind of chuckle at it. But you do tend to focus, like in my experience, I'll get 9 positive comments on 1 negative, and you obviously focus on the negative because that's just how that brain works. But you do, yeah, I do overthink it sometimes. But the most discouraging thing for me was this year I tried to start an original show, and it's been very clear that the interest just is not there that was there for the other stuff. So I started having this stuff where it was like, oh, I can't focus much time on it because I've got to focus on the stuff that people actually want to listen to, and also, are people only listening to me because I'm doing? Are people only interested in my work because I'm doing stuff that already exists, or there's a pre-existing fandom that are interested in it because of I'm doing a version of something else? Do you know what I mean? So I had that whole thing, but like Nathan said, the community is the best thing for that. Like I put a thing up there and say, shall we just cut this show off and not continue it? But everybody got back to me and said, no, let's carry on, and when it's finished, maybe it'll find its audience, kind of thing, because you never know what'll happen down the line. And I always have to remember about where I started. When I started this thing 10 years ago, there was 100 downloads an episode, but I kept going because I knew eventually an audience would be there. And cut to many years later after a 3-year break at one point and that kind of stuff, and now it's the audience is there. It's just you have to put the work in, and especially with online stuff, you have to network and put it out there on, make sure it's shared in the right places, and eventually people will find you. And the more people find you, the more likes it will get, and then it'll pop up on other people, and it's a ball at that point. So again, for me, it's a case of I have to. I love it when people reach out to me and say, this show is fantastic, really good, and that kind of stuff. But I do really want to do more original stuff because I want to prove to myself that I'm not just building off what has come before and taking a foundation and building upon it. I want something that I created wholesale, and also that's a way to turn it into a job rather than just a hobby. So.
Right. And I will say this, especially in this day and age, I do think it's braver to try to lead with something original as opposed to tapping into what's already been done. Unfortunately, I think audiences have kind of been trained to stick with what they know they like, even if it's a very different take on it, like what you do, Carl, especially with Power Rangers. But so I admire the fact that you branched out to try something original, because you kind of had to at the time. But
yeah. And I mean, I also have to say that I went for something that there's going to be a large group of my audience that are just not going to enjoy that. Like, I went very hard into sort of the counterculture, let's be very inclusive, that kind of stuff. And there's just going to be, especially on the internet, there's going to be a very group that's going to be like, no, I like it how it is. So I knew that going in. Like I say, it's just a case of I've just got to tell myself, no, you are a good writer. It's you can do it without just having the idea come up by somebody else. But that's the thing of like bouncing it off people. Like I'll be in a rut sometimes, and then somebody will say something, I'm like, oh crap, yeah, and then your whole different train of thought and like whole character arcs will come from an idea that somebody else had that I'm like, I didn't even think about it that way.
Yeah.
Although that story,
Although I do think you mentioned your Batman show. I do think that's an interesting kind of pivot point on that, because yes, it's Batman, but I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who's taken in a lot of superhero stuff, read a lot of comic books and all that, Trial of Bruce Wayne is the most unique Batman story I've come across in a long
And
time.
I wish I had done more than 2 episodes, and I want to get back to it. It's just that there's so many hours in the day. But like that's why, like for the years after I did Long Halloween, people were like, do more adaptions, do more comic dubs, do more stuff like that. But I was like, yeah, but now we're in a world where every single one of those iconic stories has been turned into an animation or a movie or something. Like it's been done. You know, why would I do Dark Victory? It's been done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas that was something that was like, I had an idea of doing that, and it makes it unique, and it makes it so yeah, I definitely want to get back to that series, and I know there's interest in it. Again, full-time job plus 2 full-time main shows that are full cast audio dramas. Yeah, sometimes I bite off more than I can chew, because in the original show's case, Easthaven, I invented that when the writer's strike was going on, as let's do this while the writer's strike's happening. Then all of a sudden the writer's strike wasn't happening, and I'm like, damn, now I've got to do the other shows because I can. So now I don't have time to do this other show. So yeah.
Okay.
Next.
Yes. So, my goodness, I think. Yeah, discouragement is a universal thing when it comes to any kind of creative endeavor, because inevitably you're going to look at this thing and you're going to say it's not good enough, and therefore I'm not. And even though that's not true, you know, like you have to be honest about that when it happens, because you can't. If a writer, a sculptor, like anybody, any kind of artistic person looks you in the eye and says, yeah, I don't get discouraged, I don't get imposter syndrome, then just turn around and walk away from them, because they're liars. Like that, it just, you know, it happens infrequently with some people, but doubt in some way will always creep in. And it has to be, the solution has to be a kind of a combination, for me at least. And as always, I can only speak for myself. I don't have a universal, you know, overlook on all of this, but I have to go back to like what I was talking about before, the joy of what I do. Somewhere underneath all of that, like it doesn't matter how thick the layers of discouragement build up, somewhere underneath all those layers is a form of artistic expression, a hobby, for me, a career. In some cases, like clearly the Godzilla novelization project is not how I pay for my home, right? But like I write other things for that. But it's, no matter what it is, there's joy underneath all those layers, and you have to be able to extract that out. And if you can focus on it enough and just hold that close, then you can blast the discouragement away. You have to let yourself feel it, because it's natural to feel it, and everybody feels it. Don't feel embarrassed, because it's going to make you feel worse. Just accept, yeah, I kind of feel like crap right now. Like this wasn't great. Like I'm unmotivated. I don't know what I'm doing. Like all that stuff. Like for me, one of my discouragement points that still sometimes comes up is I am not a trained writer. I don't have a degree in writing. I've never taken a writing class a day in my life. And I actually, within the last year, found out at my job that my immediate supervisor, who's like a writing mentor for me and really whipped me into shape. You want to talk about criticism? Oh boy. He used to make my scripts bleed with red corrections and stuff all over it. But I found out that he didn't either. He didn't get a degree in writing. He wasn't formally trained in writing, and he's an incredible writer. And so use little things like that to remind you that you're doing okay, you know? And even if you don't have a clear reminder right next to you, just tell yourself I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm feeling bad right now. I will not feel bad forever. This too shall pass. Tell yourself that. This too shall pass, because it will. And if you need a little extra encouragement, take a look around, backwards, next to you, whatever direction you need to, at the stuff you've already done. Look at the stuff that wasn't so good from a few years ago. Look at what you're doing now and see how much better it is, because hopefully there's an improvement there. Even if what you did 5 years ago was excellent, it's been 5 more years and there should be an improvement, because writing and creativity is all about constant improvement. So look at how far you've come. Look at how much you've done, the volume of what you've done. Look at what you've accomplished. Think about how happy all of those things made you and how you could feel happy again once you get through the discouragement. One of the cool things for me is that at my my writing job, I actually have a nice, decent little shelf of awards that I've won over the last 2 or 3 years for some of my creative writing. And I'm not a trophy person. I don't really need that stuff to I would be lying if I said I didn't look at them every once in a while and say, it's pretty cool. I earned a trophy. I earned a plaque. I earned I earned a statue. I have a golden statue at my desk for an award I won for best in show at a national marketing competition. Pretty cool stuff. And I keep telling myself in my head, I don't need that stuff. It's not important. And in the long run, it isn't super duper important, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't unimportant. It wasn't important at all, because I can look at that stuff and just be like, I did something that somebody liked enough to give me this statue.
Mhm.
I did something good. And so I use that as motivation. I don't use it as a bragging tool, or hi, my name's Daniel DeManna. I won a Marcy Award. Hi, I'm that's no, I don't care about it in that route, but I use it as just a little thing I can turn around at my desk and look up at it and smile. And other things, like knowing that there are people out there who believe in you. That's a big one. That will get rid of your discouragement if you can hold on to that. Again, it's not an instantaneous process. There's no way to, I guess, just, oh, hi, discouragement. By discouragement, you're instantly gone. You have to work through it. It's a process, and whatever you have to do. But knowing that there are people out there, family members, friends, who, even if it's not just writing related, just people who think you're a cool person in general, just nice stuff. I think about whenever that stuff happens to me, I think about my obviously my reader base, and at work I think about the clients that I serve, and the nice things that people have said about me. The nice reviews that people have left, and they've been very flattering. I think about friends and how they are supportive of me. I think about my 2 little godchildren who love to, that has nothing to do with writing, but they see me and they give me hugs and it makes me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice positive reinforcement. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so just positive thoughts, just something positive and constructive that makes you smile. Find something that's going to make you smile. And eventually you're going to look back and think to yourself, what was I upset about?
Yeah.
What was I upset about in the I can do this. And then the motivation starts to build back up. So there are a lot of different things you can do, but I would say remember the joy, remember the people who believe in you, and remember how far you've come. You can do those 3 things, you're golden.
Yeah. There was actually somebody in the chat who brought up how he had a short story that he wrote when he was 19 that he was really proud of, and he keeps it around to remind himself how much better he's gotten since. And I actually kind of do something similar. I mentioned this book earlier. This is my first novel, Pandora's Box, published through it says Absolute Express, but it's Edge Science Fiction and Fantasy. I'm proud of this. Yeah. Is that the comment?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm proud of this because it's my first, but there are times I look back on it and I think, man, I'm such a better writer now. I would not write this book the way it is now. But then I remind myself, but if I didn't write this, I wouldn't be the writer I am now.
Yep.
So it's a little paradoxical. So you have to learn to be proud of what you've done in the past because it made you who you are.
Every creative endeavor is a stepping stone to a better creative endeavor if you're willing to put in the work. And that doesn't mean that the stepping stone you use to get from point A to point W doesn't mean that A through W, are just suddenly worthless. Those things are absolutely a part of your story. They're a part of your journey, and they should be celebrated for helping you get where you are now. there, and that's just something in life in general. That's something you can apply to anything. That can apply to hopscotching from job to job, trying to find the best job. You know, like something that really speaks to you and makes you feel good. That could be, you know, relationships. You know, that could be anything. Just you know, this person was in my life for whatever reason, and now they're not, and I'm glad they're not. But having them there made me like realize certain things, and then you carry those things on with you. Man, that job from a few years ago sucked, but it gave me money when I needed it, and it built up my resume, and now I'm where I'm at. Now, like stuff like that can apply to anything. That can apply to any creative endeavor. That can apply to your life. Don't look back on that stuff and use it as fuel to make yourself even more discouraged. Use it as a tool for motivation and as a reminder that you are absolutely worth it, and then you can do this, you know? Yeah.
Chris?
Well, I guess one thing I can add to that, and you know, is to remind yourself, you know, when you get discouraged, how difficult it really is nowadays to get noticed as a writer. I mean, Amazon and their platform, they literally have millions of books up there. And, you know, when you go out there, you're a drop of water in an ocean, and you're trying to get noticed, and you can spend money here. There's opportunities like BookBub if you want to do promotions, and that might work for you. So I'm not discouraging anyone, but I'm also not telling anyone, throw the money on that, because it's always touch and go. There's always an element of luck, and you're trying to get noticed, and it's just hard. So, you know, there's got to be times, you know, even for years at a time, to give yourself a break and don't, you know, think it's because you're terrible. It's hard to get noticed. But one way to do it is just by persevering, like we said, just keep putting stuff out. If nothing else, you're building an oeuvre for yourself. And, you know, thanks to the digital era, I pointed out, you can keep your books up there in perpetuity. And it's more efficient system than the old system of brick and mortar stores. I'm not putting them down. They'll always have a place. But you're no longer have to worry in the digital realm, including with paperbacks that you sell via print on demand. You know, it's always up there in perpetuity, and that gives you a chance over the long haul for people to find your stuff. And once they do, you'll have all these other things out that when they start looking up your books, they'll say, wow, look at all this other stuff. And they'll start recommending you via word of mouth. And that's one way to do it. I mean, another thing to do, network, do podcasts if you can, like this. Make friends with your fellow writers, help each other out, like we've been talking about. And, you know, another thing with those, yes, you do got to prepare for those negative reviews, but just understand, like I said before, you're never going to please everyone. It's just not possible. Some people may write negative reviews. I've had this with me, because they go in, they buy your book and read it with the set of expectations that you never intended to meet. You know, I remember, I know I've some of my kaiju novels like Dargawa, which I wrote for and it had published by Severed Press, and Raventail Publishing is now in the process of trying to get a new edition out. You know, it was kaiju horror, but I guess a lot of people just didn't expect that, and they said, yeah, this book depressed me. It was awful. I mean, I hated it. Thank you, Cody. And you know, and these were right up there on Amazon for everyone to see. And that's why I think Matt, you know, after when he read it and he liked it, and you know, he did a little bit of damage control in his review and said, you know, I think it was a good book, but it's not a feel-good book.
Right.
Yeah, so you'll have other reviewers that did like it. They'll come to your defense. You know, don't ever publicly, you know, come out and argue with someone who made a bad review. Let other reviewers that like what you did come out and do it. Like another that said, well, he subtitled the book A Kaiju Nightmare. What did you expect?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the only thing to keep in mind for that is that if you do have people come to your defense subtly, all of your fans will be accused of being your surrogates. Like, oh, I have minions now. I'm a supervillain.
To my side, my minions.
Yes. Fly, monkeys, fly.
So, keep all that in mind. You're not gonna, yeah, like with Nathan sort of alluded to, you're not going to be able to win with some people. And I've had some of those people that basically read your books. I've had one that did that. That told me how much she hated this book and then the next one. I'm like, well, sometimes think maybe the problem is more on them. Why are they following an author they don't like? But I still feel. Yeah, but nevertheless, thank you for that you keep writing my books. I can use the money.
I was gonna say,
Thanks for the money.
I was gonna say, it's like I frankly I don't care. I already got your money. I don't understand that. I mean, with something, I don't know. You watch an episode of a TV show that you hate, or you watch a movie you're gonna hate, or whatever. You can get that over with in 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 2 hours maybe. Reading a book requires dedication. I don't understand hate reading because that's a lot of work.
I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine. I've read some books before that were not particularly good, but for one reason or another, I told somebody I would read this book, so I've read the book, and they they're not great, but you kept your word. You're going to read the book for the person. So it's.
I'm sorry I made you read my first novel.
I still wake up.
I plan on saying that a lot.
Yeah, that's another thing. Watch what you're getting into if you ask an honest person to review it, because they're going to tell you. And I've had people do that where they prefaced it by telling me, "Are you sitting down?" And yeah, if you ask someone, "What did you think about it?" and they ask you, "Are you sitting down?" first, what you're going to hear is not good, but take it to heart. Listen to what they had to say and try to improve it. And finally, remember, that's why you have editors. They'll tell you a lot of this. As one of them told me when he was criticizing something I wrote, better you hear it from me now than from some snarky reviewer on Amazon. So, love those people when they ruin your day, because they're trying to help you. And it's difficult, but I guess the main way to deal with discouragement, it happens to everyone. I don't think there's any well-known and respected author out there that doesn't have at least a small hate squad out there. So if your name is George Benson and you manage to be one of the few to become as popular as Stephen King, there will be a small number of people that have George Benson must die websites.
You say that, Chris, but I don't think anybody can in good conscience hate Danny. You have to be the Antichrist to hate Danny. He's it's so wholesome.
Well, I'm not, so I don't.
The way I see it is, if you have a dedicated sect of people who hate your guts and you've made it.
I was going to say, you've done your job.
You live rent-free in their heads, right?
Yeah. And so there's some people out there. I mean, this may sound flippant and even a little mean, but it's true. There's some people out there, you accomplish something if you find out you ruined their day.
It's like the one of my favorite new adages is success is the best revenge.
Yeah, it's going to happen to everyone. So, I mean, it's like Daniel said, to believe in yourself, because at the end of the day, you're the one mostly fueling what you do. And, just to show you that I mean what I say, I'm actually confident that one of these days, somebody out there is going to say a nice thing about me. Just watch.
You're all right.
One day they will like me.
That's a start.
Chris, I've always said you're one of my favorite authors, man, from the first time I met you.
That's actually how we met them, because we were both doing work for Black Coat Press on Tales of the Shadowmen.
And you're one of
Thank
my
you, Black. Thank you so much, and ditto, by the way.
Thank you. If you're done,
I'm done.
Okay. When it comes to discouragement, I feel like it's relatable to how we approach any issue in life. You have to be both proactive with it and then reactive. But it's important to be proactive first. So the way to be proactive, like, so see, I'm going to assume they're talking about discouragement first from the fact of, like, I'm trying to write something and I can't quite get there, because I get a lot of feedback from that on Facebook. Like, Matt, I'm discouraged. I'm not getting this book done the way I want to. So first I would say, set realistic goals for yourself. Okay. So that way it helps to minimize discouragement. When I wrote my first novel, my idea wasn't necessarily that it would be published or that people would like it. It was just, I wanted to know if I had what it took for me to complete a story on paper. So that was like a very realistic goal for me, to work towards. So keeping goals realistic is good. Now, the other part of that is, once you do attain one goal, then try to move up to the next higher goal. That helps to limit discouragement. So if you just, like, in terms of increments. So it's like, first, I'm going to try to write a book. Oh, then it was published. So then, like, hey, we want you to do another book. Okay, I want to do that. How can I do better? Now I want to see, like, if I can sell a little bit better, get a little bit better reviews on it. So, think in terms of, like, reasonable goals. As a teacher, like, main thing for students is for us to do reasonable goals with each student, So, and another way, again, related to teaching, is compare your success to you, not to others. That will help out with discouragement, right? So, like, if I say, okay, I said it before, Neil's one of my inspirations, right? If I'm gonna write as good as Neil, I'll probably never reach that, right? So I don't want to compare myself to Neil. I want to compare myself to Matt and say, did I do better than I did last time? And that way I can feel encouraged about myself. So I feel like those are good, proactive steps to put into place. And then in terms of reactive steps, I was once told, ironically by a karate master, so very wise, that if you are, he didn't use the word failure, but he said, if you're not succeeding at least 25% of your day, you're not challenging yourself enough. And I thought, that's a good philosophy. So if I wake up each day and think 25% of the stuff I do today, I'm not going to succeed at, but I'm going to learn from it and try to do better, it helps to, fight off that discouragement. So it's not like I'm setting myself up to fail, but I want to take on new challenges and get out of my comfort zone. And then when I come across something that's difficult, I can come back and work on it. And there's nothing wrong either in terms of discouragement. And this goes back to what Daniel had said, so to relate it to writing. If you keep trying and trying and trying to write a book and it's just not happening, and it's getting to the point where it's giving you a lot more frustration than joy, and you can look in the mirror and say to yourself, I did everything I could here to get this book across the finish line. It might just not be something I can do. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not necessarily about finishing it as much as it is you challenge yourself and you gave it your best. There's just some obstacles you can't overcome. I'll make another analogy. I can remember one day my wife and I were at a restaurant, and there was a waiter there. This is after we'd been married for a few years. And I thought, man, that guy looks familiar. And then he turned around and I saw the back of his head. I was like, I know who that guy is. I ran track in high school, and that dude beat my ass in every race that we ran. His head better than the front, right? So, like, the key is I could have been discouraged by that, but actually I went up to the dude and I said, I actually ran my best races against you because I was trying to get to you, and I never did. But, like, on the bright side, I can look back and say I did the best that I could. And he was like a cool dude about it. He said he remembered me, but I'm sure he didn't, because why would he?
I was hoping you would have led with, I only recognize your butt.
Well, my wife was there, so I didn't say that part.
Not everybody.
Well, we went to high school together. Yeah.
That was definitely true. I mean, if you ever run track, you see those shorts we're in? My God. But no, again, so realistic expectations that increase, helps to deal with discouragement. Then being okay with not being successful all the time. I think we do live in a society where everything should come easy. I just got done coaching, and like kids weren't getting stuff, and they get frustrated at first. Like, guys, it's okay, we'll get it. Don't be discouraged yet. It's about picking yourself up. So that was it. I also liked what a lot of people said about support systems and how they can operate in various ways helps with discouragement as well. So to give it different examples, and like how people said you can do it different ways. Cody, it's a good friend of mine. We're in like a lot of chats together and stuff. And, we have a very supportive group of creative people, Cody, right? We're always supporting each other and picking each other up, right? Like, hey, you got this, man. You can do this type of thing. Conversely, like I said, my brother is also a writer. And, every time we get together for like a dinner, whatever, writing comes up and like, oh, I just finished my 5th book, and I'll say, oh, what is that score now? 30-5? Okay, good. So I'm only about, 5 times ahead of you. And my girl's like, Dad, why are you always picking on Uncle Mark? I'm like, I'm not, because for he and I, that's motivation too, because we can look for somebody to compete against. So that helps with like the discouragement as well, to know that, like everybody here said, one way or another, whether it be through supportiveness or friendly competition, because he's my brother and I want him to do as well as he can, and he wants the same for me, but that helps out. So I would say, those are the keys. Reasonable goals, first and foremost. Have a goal that is within reason that you can attain. No, don't make it, this is going to be a bestseller in a movie that, you're probably not going to get there. Just, can I do a book? And then, if you don't succeed, it's okay, because you're challenging yourself and push yourself. And success can be measured in not necessarily, again, we all talk about great is to get a book or something back, but in terms of, I gave this 110%. So if I didn't get it to where I wanted it to be, I can still be happy in the fact that I gave it all that I had. I can walk away knowing that I left it all there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I hope that helps with the people who ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
I think it did. Again, great answers all around. And thinking about where else we could take this and what we were talking about, I do remember a few years ago this supposed list of writing rules. What kind of went viral for how not good it was. I'll just say that, and that actually gets me wondering, without having to bring it up specifically, is there any piece of writing advice that you've ever heard that you just think that sounds terrible, or I don't think that's the whole picture, or something that that somebody might actually have heard and thought, actually, and they're thinking of taking it to heart, but maybe they shouldn't? I mean, I don't know if that's kind of a weird question to bring up, but if we're trying to figure out how to write, we also need to know what parts to maybe take with a grain of salt, at least.
See, it's basically what you're asking is like, what kind of bad advice we've encountered and what should be.
Yeah, if there's any bad advice you've ever heard that you would like to counter, or say it's not set in stone, or anything like that.
This may be like me just being a bit basic sometimes, but I'm like, the whole thing of you have to make your story be about something else other than just a story, and it has to have some sort of underlining, whether it's a political message or a sociological message or something like that. It's like, sometimes you can tell the story just because you enjoy telling the story. It doesn't have to be, it can be about the story that you're telling. It doesn't have to be about, oh, what does this really mean? Because he, said this in this scene and it led to this in this scene. Like, what was it really about? Like, sure, a lot of films and media does that, and you can read into it and read into the psychology of the person who made it. But I don't try and come at it of, oh, I'm making this because I want to get this message out there. I'm making it because I want to tell that story, not because I want to tell the story wrapped around the meat of something else that somebody is trying to attribute to it or take away from it as like me trying to influence their lives or something.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
But kind of similar to what you're saying, I think some of the advice, one piece of advice I heard that I don't think is 100% practical. They say, well, write what you know, and basically just kind of base your story from life experience. But if you're a science fiction, fantasy, horror writer, well, where are you going to have an opportunity to be in a haunted house and know what that's really like? You know what I mean? Or go out in outer space and actually face the Sith Lord, know what that's like. So, I think, if you're like in the fantasy genres, you could probably draw from some life experience to ground your story. Say your protagonist might, have had the same life experiences you have, and that way you can give it some legitimacy. But overall, though, when you start to areas that don't exist, that you're going to have to, you're going to have to go ahead and make that up. You can't, adhere to that advice 100%. I think the only time that advice is really good is, say, if you're going to write a drama that's completely situated in the real world. In which case, then you're going to have the expectations where, if you're going to write about someone who's a tax accountant, probably a good idea that you have some kind of knowledge of that field to make that drama about tax accounting be compelling. But if you're going to be talking about, a guy in a spaceship with a hairy sidekick, well,
hey, Chewbacca was based on his dog.
Okay, all right. Sorry, it's like that example, But I think people get the point, is that you really can't take that advice to heart when you're doing, like the make-believe world.
Right.
One thing I could think of, and Chris and Neil and Omni, probably you two can comment on this, is when I was first starting out, I had people tell me to stay away from doing fan fictions, even if it was just like for fun, because it couldn't go anywhere. But I found that, doing those kind of helped me learn how to do stories. If I took characters who were already established, so I kind of like knew, let's just say a Godzilla story, he had to operate in a certain way, and I could then write it from there. Or like Chris, you mentioned Tales of the Shadowman, where we've done stories, lots of public domain characters, and then sold them from there. So I did have people tell me to stay away from that, but I think that kind of taking characters who I already knew how they worked and trying to think, how can I work them into a story, helped me out when I did original characters to go into like, how can I translate that here? Like, I know, Neil, you used to do a lot of fan fictions back for GFan, right? So how do you feel about that?
I think you're absolutely right. Fan fiction is an excellent starting place, because you're already working, because some things are done for you. It's kind of like learning to ride a bicycle with training wheels. So
right. Thank you. Good.
Yeah. So if you write a story with you already got some characters familiar, so you got some of the work's already done. Then that way you can focus on other things, like new setting or a new set of protagonists that are going to go with Godzilla.
Oh, but on the flip side, it can also challenge you to write characters that you might not normally write about.
Right.
It forces you to go into a mindset for a character that you might love the character, but you never thought to yourself, oh, I'm actually going to write this character. But you got something?
Yeah, so saying that kind of like, just talk about my whole writing experience. So, I started doing original fiction when I got out of high school in 1988. But then when GFan came around, it's like, well, here's an opportunity to take a Godzilla story I had in the back of my head. And they liked my work, so I kept on doing the fan fiction for GFan. And then later on, Matt came approached me at GFest back in 2016, say, hey, why don't you do an original story for me? And so then, in which case, then I just took the original characters I created to go in the fan fiction, pulled them into the fan fiction. And so I had this ready-made stuff that now has became the basis of my original fiction, which, is this stuff right back here. So, yeah, eventually you can actually kind of like, it's literally just like riding a bicycle. You get your training wheels, eventually you learn how to work without the training wheels. So in my case, my training wheels were the Toho characters, and I learned to, throw off those characters, and now my stories are just 100% my settings, my characters. So it's a good playground. Plus, also you got a website called fanfiction.net, and that's where you can put stories out there. Then you can also now build up that thick skin when it comes to criticism, because you got going on there.
Yeah. Now, just before I answer the question, Omni, I know it's late for Carl where he is, so
Yeah, I'm gonna top off in a minute. But yeah, I mean, just to add to what you were saying, that fan fiction is the most popular thing that I do. Really, is what I basically do is just very high production fan fiction. But it's about coming at it from a new, like I'm not trying to remake the original show. I'm trying to make my stamp on it and do something never been done with it before. So yeah, like sure, I it's not going to go anywhere in terms of it becoming a job, but people have found me through that and have hired through the stuff that I've done with those shows and have hired me to do other stuff, write other scripts because they liked what I did. It's kind of like a calling card that I can always people can find Google my name now and find me, and I'm associated with those properties. So then they go, oh, I'm looking for a writer for so and so. Well, he did this that was similar to that. Now I know he could do that concept. And for me, a lot of the time, if somebody comes to me with a nugget of an idea, and I can immediately go, right, okay, I don't know much about that. Like a guy a couple of years ago hired me to do a script that was about a historic plane journey. I had literally zero interest in it, but he came to me because he listened to the audio dramas and he wanted to make an audio drama of this plane thing. And as soon as I got the basis of the book and the ideas that he paid me to write a script. So you know, it's all work is good work so long as you're not just replicating what has already been done. If you're sitting down to write a version of what already exists, why does it need to exist?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. Right. But
right, I'm going to hop off though. But thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, it was great, Carl.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Anyway, to answer the question, I had to ponder for a minute because I was just because there's a lot of writing advice out there, and I'm trying to think of like some of the classic examples that don't necessarily apply. You know, because I do know one thing to keep in mind is that when people talk about quote unquote rules, a lot of times, you know, to quote Jack Sparrow, you know, they're more like guidelines. Once they're good to, it's good to follow the rules closely when you're starting out. But then once you get more experienced, I do think it gives you some leeway to bend them a little bit, if not flat out break them, but you have to justify doing that. So a couple that came to my mind, and the first one I'll bring up is actually one that was mentioned in the chat over here by some guy in Ohio. And I don't mean Danny, but he talks about show, don't tell. Because he says doesn't always work, and in all genres, and it doesn't always work in every situation. And I will admit this is something I struggle with because that was hammered into my head so hard when I was in college as a writing student that sometimes I think I overdo that a little bit, where I'm so focused on doing my characterization through action, dialogue, or whatever, actually showing the character doing things, that sometimes it can create some awkward situations, as opposed to mentioning things about the characters or having other characters. The way you can kind of get around this is having your other characters talk about the other characters in some fashion. So I think 90% of the time, show don't tell is the superior route to go, but then there are those moments where it becomes necessary. Or if there could be a situation like, I know we don't like info dumps, but there are points where info dumps are necessary, and that's where a lot of tell has to happen. When someone is explaining to you, when a character is explaining to another character, this is how something happened. Or you might have a framing device where it could be a character monologue, and maybe they're recording a journal or writing a journal or something like that. There's going to be a lot of telling going on in that. But the idea with that is that it's giving you an insight into the character, and that it might even be, that might actually be the purpose. It's less about depicting, getting the plot points taken care of in this monologue or whatever. It's less about that and more about, wait, can we learn about the character and the larger story through this? So that's one. Another one is one that I talked about earlier because I think it's often misinterpreted, and that is, I mentioned kill your beauties. Well, the rule is talking about if you have something that is not necessary to the story, but it's precious to you and you want to keep it, that's when you kill the beauties. But some people interpret that as just being anytime you put something clever or interesting or whatever into your story, it has to go. No, that just makes your story boring. So the finesse that you need with that is to make the clever thing vital to the story that you're telling. If it's not vital, take it out. It'll be hard, but take it out. But if you can make it vital to the story,
That's what she said.
Ooh, yeah. But if you can make it vital to the story, it can stay, and it can become. And Danny quits. But
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's
I
fine.
hate this talking now. Shut up, everybody.
I was nice. I gave you the rim shot and not the sad trombone, but I got that one too. but my point being, don't assume that if you've got something cool in the story, you have to take it out because kill your beauties. That's not always the case.
I think he had a very important thing. So I've seen that, through the years, is that some of my the sort of like the writing community, if you will take a rule and just hammer it to an extreme, like the exposition thing. And you nail it just right. Is that there's a time and place for exposition, especially if you're doing science fiction, fantasy, and horror. At some point you have to explain your universe because it doesn't exist. So
yeah. I do think there are better ways to handle exposition than just dumping it all at the beginning, or you run into somebody. It's like, I am the great lawmaster of crazy Go Nuts Land, and they have to let me tell you the entire history of this place. No, sir, we just need this bit of information.
Yeah, it's like I was going to use like Chris's recent short story. He showed me as a perfect example of that, where knowing when and where to put the exposition. Because I felt like in his short story, if you don't mind me being a little candid here, I thought he set his characters extremely well in the beginning, and so well that in fact he did exactly what you should do, especially if you're going to have a story that's going to have a lot of action in it. So you want to get your characters set up so well that when the action starts, you don't have to explain anything anymore because people already understand the characters. And so one piece of advice I gave him was like in the middle of the action scene, he had like this little paragraph. It wasn't a long one, but nevertheless, there was this piece of exposition. I thought, right now you got a good rhythm going with the action. You already, got your characters well established. You really don't need to explain anything more. You really kind of got yourself set up. And so basically his of course that was rough draft form. So his story was already like 99% exactly the way it should be, where you want to put your explanations and where you don't want to. And so especially if you have an example of a story with action, be conscious of when you want to have the exposition and you want to have it the action, not in the midst of it.
Well, and the other thing to keep in mind when it comes to handling exposition is that you don't need to share everything. If you've done world building and it's cool for you as the author to know the lore because that can influence how you write things, but the readers don't necessarily need to know all the details. For example, I had my first novel I was showing off there, Pandora's Box. There was a piece of world building that I had in my head because this is how everything happened, certain events happened, but I realized that none of my characters were in a position to know how that happened. So it never got brought up in the book. But then I took that little piece of world building and used that as a basis of a tie-in short story. Yeah. So now the readers can know, even if the characters don't know.
Yeah.
I was actually going to address that. I'm sorry if I talked over anyone, but I was actually going to address that, the show but don't tell, as part of that, and I'm glad the commenter pointed that out. One bit of advice I can give is someone who has taken, college classes in creative writing, and I actually have a degree in that, which I agree with Nathan about. There is a difference between writing a story or a book for your college professor to get a grade and writing for an audience that you're selling the book to. They're not going to have the same priorities necessarily of what they want, for example, because For example, you're always going to be told, yes, that's written stone as far as they're concerned. Show, don't tell. Okay, and my advice is, if you're taking a class, make sure you do that so that your professor gives you an A. All right, but not all readers are necessarily going to care about that. I mean, there's a lot of popular writers who flagrantly violated that rule, like Stephen King. He does tons of exposition. And Michael Crichton, I mean, when I read The Congo, I'm not sure if any of you read that, but a lot of it came off like a textbook, where he explains the computer technology of that time and volcanism, and but people love those books. So it depends. Now, the advice everyone else gave was good. One misstep I made was in my original edition of Dargawa, I did world building at the beginning. And one of the people who critiqued it in comments said there was an 11-page info dump, 11 pages. So I took it to heart. And with the new edition I'm working on getting published by Raventail, this may work sometimes for exposition. I removed all that from the beginning, and I placed it in the back in the form of a mock essay that was written by a fictional scientist from that world, including citations. So it's like, I'm hoping, that works better. I have been hard on a few of my writers who, for info dump if it gets too excessive. But it really depends on the reader, and plenty of writers have gotten away with that. I've had some fellow writers get upset and say, no, that's wrong, because this has been accepted as wrong since the days of Plato. When someone presents an argument, just say, all right, I'm not going to argue, believe it's wrong, but understand that not all readers are going to believe that, okay, or are going to mind. So it depends. And one final other rule I want to quickly address, that people say you got to make your characters likable. Now, likable characters are great, but you can write stories about villains if you make them compelling. I try to do that, what Matt pointed out before about some of the writing we did for Tales of the Shadowman. I have a series of stories about the Phantom of the Opera. He's not a hero, but I try to make him compelling. Author Pete Rawlick with his Reanimator books, which are fantastic. Herbert West is not a likable guy, but Pete makes him compelling. I recently had the honor of doing a crossover book, Dorian Gray versus Reanimator, that I co-authored with Pete, that Wild Hunt Press published. And Dorian Gray, once again, not a likable guy, but I tried to make him, compelling, just like Big Finish's audiobook series, Confessions of Dorian Gray. So make him compelling. Oh, and another good example, Quentin Tarantino with his movie The Hateful Eight, and some of the Suicide Squad animated movies. It
was Tarantino's first movie, Reservoir Dogs. That's all about. It's about a bunch of thieves, and they do some pretty terrible things. But then the irony is that they also say and do some things that you can be like, actually, I like that. Like the whole beginning of the movie is the more experienced thieves berate the new guy for not tipping the waitress. And it goes into like this whole diatribe about how he's morally obligated to tip. And I'm thinking, you're a thief, sir. Anyway, but as you were pointing out, there's a difference between a hero and a protagonist. They are not necessarily the same thing. So you can have a villain be your protagonist, but he's still a villain, not a hero.
You could say that about Conan. Would we can really? I mean, a lot of people say, he's a hero, but would we really consider him a hero with some of the things he does from a modern day standpoint?
He punched a camel.
What?
He punched a camel.
Yeah, but the way Robert E. Howard wrote him, I mean, same with your sword and sorcery character, Nathan Zorsum. He's from a different era.
Mm-hmm.
So make these characters interesting.
Yeah, for sure. But to go back to some of the exposition stuff. There are, there are ways that you can kind of experiment a little bit with how you give exposition. One of the more interesting examples I would point to when it comes to handling exposition in a way where it's not just a big dump, or if you have a dump, you figure out how to make it interesting, is the original Terminator movie. When did we get the big? I mean, we got a little bit of it at the beginning that's explaining. It's like, oh, there was a war with the machines in the future. But when do we get the really big deluge of information? It's during a chase scene.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Reese is speeding around with a car while the Terminator's chasing after him in another car, and he's just telling Sarah Connor everything while it's going on. While in between swerving the car, sticking his gun out, and shooting at the Terminator. So there's ways to get around it. Now, will that always work? Not necessarily. And sometimes it can feel a little unnatural, but it worked there. So I guess find ways to experiment and see if you can find clever ways to do the normal thing, but in an unexpected way. Danny, you've been very quiet.
I've just been listening. These are all great. These are all great things that perhaps should be avoided. And I think a lot of them kind of covered ideas that were floating around in my head. I don't know how much I have necessarily to add, but I guess,
remember, it doesn't necessarily have to be something you heard that's just plain wrong. It can also be something that it doesn't necessarily have to be the hard lie. You don't have to be like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one that I was gonna bring up that did get mentioned was the whole fan fiction thing, and the angle I'll add to that, I suppose, is I'll use myself as an example here. The Godzilla novelization project was kind of my entrance into writing, and it's still kind of my big pet project, And I've done a lot with it. I have a long way to go on it. I have lofty plans for this darn thing. And the one thing that I'll always value about it that was
Godzilla -1 novelization when?
hey, it's coming. It's coming. I would very much love to do that. 100%.
Give him a deadline. It's like give him a deadline so you get motivated.
Yeah, exactly. How about November 3rd? You think I get the whole thing done in a month?
Perfect.
Perfect. Month and a half. Yeah, I can't do math. But the one thing I kind of fell backwards into a little bit on this project that was not really an immediate intent, but it became a perk was, pretty much everyone in here, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we're all pretty familiar with some Godzilla flicks.
Oh, yeah.
So just a little bit, posters, VHS tapes, toys.
Here's the creepy one.
Oh, hi, spooky man. Look at them fangs. So the Godzilla movies could very easily be described as an eclectic bunch. Think about all of the genres that these films cover. Think about all of the tones. Think about all of the different crazy kinds of characters. This is a proving ground in potentia for a budding writer, which I was when I started this thing in, dear God, 2018. It's almost been 7 years now. And when I jumped into this, I immediately discovered, wait a minute, I'm going to have to do some interesting bounce work here. It was mentioned before that when maybe you're starting to get a little fuzzy-headed about one thing you're writing, jump to something that's similar but different enough. I was like up to my eyebrows in research for the 1954 novelization, which is the one I started with. And I was researching like A-bomb survivor stories and like just bad, like sad stuff, really heavy, powerful things. And I had to like go take a breath because it was actively depressing me. It was an oppressive thing to just be burying for that long. But for me, is still now it's necessary, because if you're going to try to capture the tone of the era and the metaphor of the film, then you have to put yourself in that mindset, and that's important. But that for me, I can't sustain that. So I had to step back. And so I said, you know what? I think I'm going to just start another one of these Godzilla books. I'm just going to pluck a prologue out of one of them. I'm going to start going. And I picked Godzilla's Revenge because it was a polar opposite. from the dour kind of depressing research I was doing for before film.
It's only a 3 on the depression level instead of an 11.
Yeah, honestly, All Monsters Attack / Godzilla's Revenge is a much deeper, more dour story than anybody would like to give it credit for.
Neil and I know, we talked about it on the podcast.
There is a strain of melancholy running through that film that is palpable. But it was still enough of a difference that it taught me to pivot. And in doing so, I ended up jumping from writing from the perspective of a, worried sailor and an even more worried girlfriend and a professor to a child who doesn't get to see his parents. That's a completely different thing. So in a completely differently toned story. And then I would jump to Hedorah. Holy crap. Godzilla versus Hedorah. Which,
How much LSD did it take?
Approximately none. This is not... Roger Corman, when he made The Trip, dropped LSD so that he could make an LSD movie. And I will not be doing that for my Godzilla vs. Hedorah. They're lines I'm not willing to cross, even for the product.
Decision. Yeah.
Yeah. The point I'm attempting to make with this diatribe is that the Godzilla novelization project has allowed me to write in multiple tones, multiple genres, and step behind the eyeballs of multiple characters. I've had a great deal of fun writing Gengo from Godzilla vs. Gigan, for example, because I've always loved that character, and he's just so, exacerbated. All of his problems are being exacerbated about what's going on. He's just a great character. Yeah. He's fun to step into behind the eyeballs of, step into the shoes. So you have that, and then you have something a little more serious. Last year, I published a short story that's from Dr. Serizawa's perspective. And that was, I wrote about it's very little of it is about the 54 film. A lot of it is about like war experiences and how he lost his eye and stuff like that. A lot of it I had to make up. So it is definitely more fan fiction-y than the GNP usually gets, but it was a different thing. Some of the stories are first person, some of them are third person. One of the books I'm planning on actually jumping back and forth kind of experimentally and doing both.
Jeremy Robinson style.
Jeremy Robinson.
My first novel did that too, because it alternates between the protagonist's, the heroine's journal, which is in first person, and the present where she's reacting to it.
Yes.
Which is in third person.
Yeah. So it's useful. Like the GNP has proven very, very useful. And I'm going to be able to take all of that tonal shifting and all of those different kinds of characters and writing in different eras, because literally it's 70 years worth of Japanese history, right? And I'm going to be able to take all of the stuff that I learned. Like I spent, I don't know how long just trying to nail the vernacular of a 1950s American reporter when I adapted the King of the Monsters cut of the 54 film into a short story narrated by Raymond Burr's character. And I wrote it as if he were writing it. And used his narration dialogue and then from the movie and then filled in the blanks. It was a really fun project, but I had to really kind of get into the headspace of not just what a 50s reporter might have sounded like, but like a Hollywood style 50s reporter, like there's a bit of a difference between reality and fiction. So all of that, I wouldn't have had that much experience, that much breadth of experience, just looking into it, researching it, experimenting with the writing, if I hadn't started with this project. Mm-hmm. Right. And ultimately, and I'll keep this brief, but my work on the GNP ultimately got my foot in the door on my very first writing job a handful of years ago. And it wasn't a perfect job, but it was enough. And it was good for the resume. And then I used that to get to the next one. And then I'm at the one I'm at now, and I'm very happy there. So, that's proof positive that I now have a career in writing because of Godzilla. So don't tell me fan fiction can't, potentially spin off into something, whether it's career wise or just, increasing your arsenal. We all as writers have the same 26 words and a handful of characters to work with. A musician only has 88 keys on a piano, right? So it's all about how you take all that stuff and spin it. And, fan fiction or what I'm doing, which is fan fiction adjacent, not quite, but it functions on the same kind of principles. it's incredibly helpful, and I'm going to be able to take that and I'm going to be able to spin it off. And I have. I mean, I've written short stories. Kaiju Ramen. My short story was published in Kaiju Ramen years ago now. It no longer has a home. I need a new home for it. It exists. I need to publish it somewhere else. Hey.
I was going to say, Chris has anthologies that need filled.
You know what? We'll talk, sir. We will talk, sir.
Yeah.
That would be
Fuck
wonderful.
yeah.
It already exists. It's a kaiju story. I'm in.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to what I was saying before. People bemoan fan fiction. I understand why they do. There's a lot of bad fan fiction out there, but Danny, you know this. All of us in here, we've all dabbled in it. I do it on. I started. One of the first things I started writing was fan fiction. I do some of it now with my Film Vault scripts, but it forces you, like I said, to write for kinds of characters that you may have not normally have done. I've had to do that. I've had to put it's a pre-existing character, but I had to put myself into the mind of that character. Like, how would they actually talk? Can I actually replicate how they would talk, how they would think, behave, all of that? So it's a way for you to stretch yourself. And some people think it's lazy because, like, oh, the character already exists. Yeah. And after a while, if I make an original character, I just know that character so well that it's that easy too.
The character already exists, but you also have to get that character right.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing, because you have leeway with a new character to make them whoever.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, after you've established them, then you have parameters that you have to stick with, obviously. So the same thing ends up happening if the character is already existing. Yes, there's expectations for how that character should be, and that can be a little challenging as well. But eventually, they all get to the same point. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's just how soon do you get to that point?
I like what you said too about like you have to write how that character's already established. Like, for instance, anybody who's looked at my books knows that, like, I try to write Atomic Rex like a Godzilla homage, but I found it much easier to do the original story after I'd done some fan fictions, because with the fan fictions, I had to stay within some kind of pre-established canon, like you guys were saying, and make sure that worked. But when it was my original character, it's like, I can do whatever I want to here. And so I feel like doing the fan fiction there originally helped to build a skill set that, once I got my confidence up there that I could do my own stuff, I really found it to be a much easier path, because then I realized how difficult fan fiction could be at first too.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think you did the same thing with Raptor.
Yes. So that character is, I originally did the Raptor story because nobody ever, that unmade Godzilla versus Batman movie, and I was like, how would that work out? So I did the Kaiju the Crime Fighter. I made like sort of a Batman stand-in, and then sort of like a Godzilla stand-in. But then it gave me the opportunity to really grow that character, because I really wanted Raptor to be more like, what if Batman was a Power Ranger type of thing, and stretch it out from there. So that it helped out quite a bit. So I do think there's some value in doing fan fiction for people out there. I like all the analogies that were made here.
Okay, this is a complete tangent, but I do think researching unrealized ideas in existing franchises is incredibly fun, because then I want to make that exist in some form or another.
Yeah, I would say like I don't mean to keep like going back to my stuff, but like when I did Atomic Rex, like I said to Severed Press, basically they asked me to do a third story in a year, and I was like, I got nothing off the top of my head. It's like, all right, listen, I'm going to do like basically every 50s monster I wanted to see Godzilla fight that he never fought in like one book, and do them like homages. And then I said to him, and they didn't believe me at first, I was like, listen, I want you to put the T-Rex fighting a giant turtle on the cover. And they're like, why? And I was like, look, just do it, okay? It's going to sell, because people are going to see it and automatically know it's like, homages, stand-ins for Godzilla and Gamera. And then it became like their best-selling book. So it was like really fun to tap into that. I was like, look, just trust me, put that on the cover.
Please tell me the turtle's name was Kenny, just to make it even funnier.
Oh dear.
Well, no spoilers. You have to read the book.
Yeah, come on, man. And leave a review, for crying out loud. Come on.
We all need reviews for everything on our YouTubes, on our podcasts. I can't emphasize that enough. Leave reviews. It's very good for business.
Yeah. Cody, did you have anything to say in regards to this question?
Oh, what can I say that hasn't already been said? Y'all been spitting gospel here. So,
Spitting gospel. I like
Gospel.
that.
but I guess
Gross.
I guess going back to the thing about fan fiction, I also disagree that you should stay away from fan fiction because fan fiction is a direct thing that got me into writing. Like, I started off with little silly pictures I wrote. Drawing. Sorry. And then they eventually turned into picture books. Then I started adding words. Then it was just words. Hopped onto a typewriter. Typewriter magically transformed into a computer. And then that computer gave me access to a little thing called fanfiction.net, which we've all talked about already. And I started putting my fan fictions out there for people to see so that I could get constructive feedback on. I was trying to teach myself how to write that way because I don't have a formal education when it comes to advanced writing. I never took any courses. Low income, don't have that many opportunities. Also autistic, so it's harder for me to comprehend some things. So I just went to fanfiction.net and said, basically, teach me how to write with your constructive feedback. And to this day, through fanfiction, I got what's still my favorite review I ever got. I accidentally misspelled the word ditto. It was supposed to be D-I-D-O, but I spelled it as D-I-T-T-O. And someone got so offended about it, they wrote as a review, it's ditto, not ditto, you moron. My favorite review.
Print it out, frame it, stick it on your wall. Like,
I have
sure.
one concept real quick that I'd be interested in your guys' feedback on in terms of like something not to do that I stuck to at first because I got it from I won't drop a name on a guy, but somebody who is very respected in the kaiju author community. He said, "Don't ever let this happen," and I noticed that it did. And at first, like I was very against it, but then I was like, maybe not. So what I'm speaking about here is I was told never to like allow people to use your characters and monetize them for things like artwork and stuff like that. So like, if anybody's like, again, like Atomic Rex search, you'll find a bunch of like pictures on it that other people had monetized. So at first I was told not to let that happen. So I did try to like stop it when it occurred. But after I thought about it, I was like, it's kind of like free publicity for me.
Exactly.
Yeah, if I just let it go, it's not that bad. If if I saw somebody was making like a lot of money off of it, I did reach out to them and say, hey, look, I don't actually want anything. Can you just like make a small donation to like the Kaiju versus Cancer thing? That way, like I didn't feel like I was getting like money from it. What do you guys think about that? Like, is it the publicity versus like controlling the character? I'd be interested for the input on that.
I would say as long as nobody's like trying to claim it as their own and like, selling hundreds of dollars worth of t-shirts with your stuff on it, then
right.
It's free publicity. It's somebody doing fan art because they were inspired by what you do, and somebody else might see that on DeviantArt or the artist formerly known as Twitter or something like that, and say, dude, what is that character? Did you come up with that? And if they're, above the board person, they're going to say, no, this guy named Matt. You got to check out his book. It's right. Awesome. You got to read it. That's free publicity. It's a sign that people love what you do. And actually, here's a kind of a weird example of this. Don't ask me how I know this. But a handful of years ago, Scott Cawthon, the guy who does Five Nights at Freddy's, it all came out of his brain. He started because there was a huge wave for years and years and years of kind of parody and or knockoff Freddy's games, Five Nights at fill in the blank,
right.
with their own cast of weird animatronic characters. So instead of shutting all these people down for stealing his idea, he reached out to all of these artists and game developers and said, "Hi, thank you for really liking what I do. I'd like to help you develop your skills as an artist and help canonize your characters." And so all of these games and all of these things that are now, they have their own little cult followings. I mean, I'm certainly not an expert on a lot of them, but I do know that there are a lot of these Five Nights at Freddy's things. There's fan art. There are, the games that people have made. Like, put actual incredible amount of talent and time into. And instead of him saying, listen, I'm a multi-quintillionaire because I own this giant thing, and shutting them down, he basically said, hi, if you do this, come talk to me, and I'm going to help you make money off of it and help you develop as an artist. That is a brilliant and really generous model that I think more people should. He could have very easily said, you're stealing my idea, knock it off, and you're going to see in court, bucko. But he didn't. And I think that that's incredibly cool. So more of that, please.
I kind of bounce off of that. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry too. No, just going to say I agree with Daniel on that, because one thing I think writers should understand, and all creatives, if your character catches on and becomes popular, and that's pretty much what we want, your character is going to become part of the cultural zeitgeist, and in a sense is going to belong to everybody. Is going to belong to our collective psyche, not just to you. And trying to pin it down just to business because you want to control everything about your character, really you can't. And I agree with Daniel there. You really shouldn't try. Don't get so into business and profit that you become a jerk about it. That's what I think it was.
Yeah.
Well,
Looking at you, Mr. Mouse.
Yeah, just accept that after your character goes public domain, there will be a horror movie about it.
Yes, eventually. But no, two things I was going to bring up that are related to that. We're talking about writing fan fiction. I do think that if you have an idea that fits into something that's original, I do think if you can kind of step back a little bit and maybe take a 1 or 2 steps away from that established franchise, you can make it into what is often called a pastiche, which then makes it something original. And then by getting it out of that franchise, but still having some of the trappings of it, some people might say, well, that's a lot like this thing over here, but then it allows you to use that as a starting point to go in some wild directions. For example, I've mentioned this on the podcast, but I'm working with James Santana, who runs Toku USA. It's a fledgling comic book publisher. They just did their first very successful Kickstarter a few months ago. And he invited me to write for him. And one of the ideas I pitched to him was originally just this funny idea I had that I thought was like, here's an interesting thing Subaraya could do for a future Ultraman show. And and it was like, I think Neil, you actually says like, you should pitch that to him. It's like, yeah. Then they either say, thank you, leave us alone, or, oh, thank you, we're going to steal that and pay you nothing. And, but then the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, does this have to be an Ultraman story? And then when I thought about taking that core concept, but taking it out of Ultraman, it allowed me to spin it off into and develop it into something that, yes, clearly inspired by Ultraman, but is very much its own thing. And then, and then the other thing, you're talking about this. I don't know how related this is, but Danny, you were talking about the guy with Five Nights at Freddy's. Instead of shutting these people down, he's like, hey, come play in my sandbox.
Right.
It's something similar happened a couple of times with the Film Vault. I had fans, listeners, who would create characters online, and then I would get a hold of them, and I would say that probably the best example is Damon Noyes, who made a lawyer character that he just made up on Twitter, and I just had interactions with him, and then I found out it was him, and I found out he was an actor, and I said, how would you actually like your character to show up on the show and you can play the character? And he was ecstatic about that. And some of the best things that have come out of the Film Vault, especially in terms of kind of the funny narrative that's going on with that one, I didn't come up with. Other people came up with them, and then I have just been playing with them since, with their blessing. And I always make sure it's like, hey, does this look good to you? Because they know the characters as well as I do at this point. So, being open to that as opposed to just shutting it down, if you find out that no, they can play in the sandbox too, that becomes it becomes very inviting, I think. And it allows you to broaden your creativity in ways you never would have expected. And it also makes you look good as a creator. You're not just shutting down everybody who's trying to have a little bit of fun with what you're doing.
It makes it better. I mean, basically, a good advice: don't do what Paramount did regarding some of those excellent Star Trek fan fiction live action series.
Right.
Don't do what they did.
Depressing.
Yeah.
Very. And the rules that they came up with. I mean, seriously, I would have folded that up and tossed it at them hard enough to leave a bruise when it hit them.
Tell us how you really feel. There are two things I want to address in the comments. First of all, we need to express some congratulations.
Hey,
Congratulations!
Hey.
She's Dragon Hero. Yes, congratulations.
nicely done, Nero. Well, that's awesome. Really sweet.
Nice choice of name.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, Nero finally made it.
And we do
Don't
have
use my character's name. I will sue you.
Tell that to history, sir. I think the Romans have some things they want to talk to you about.
Oh, enough fiddling.
You see any Romans out there, Marchand? Come on, calm down.
Hey, Brandon.
The city of Rome still exists. I'm sure the people who live there are called Romans.
No,
Well,
just-
when in Rome, you better get Roman.
that's
We do
right.
have this question. Rated
Hey,
from
Brandon.
Press asking.
Oh, dear
I'm
God.
not sorry. I'm not sorry.
Anyway, the question is, what do you think of focusing solely on a shared literary universe like I'm doing with my kaiju genre epic mystery saga? So, thoughts on shared universes, shared continuities, that sort of thing.
We all love them.
Here's the funny thing. I've done a couple of projects like that with some writer friends. And then here was this got to me. When I was a master's student, I took a fiction writing class. And one of the things the professor wanted to do was, and this was a co-ed class. We had undergrads and graduate students in this. And she said, I want us to do a shared project as a class.
Oh.
What are some things that we could do? And one of the things we were kicking around was we could do a shared setting. All of our stories take place in the same location, whatever. I can't begin to tell you the sheer amount of resistance to this. I was excited. I was like, I want to do this. I've done stuff like this. I think it's really fun because it's one of those things where there are parameters that you have to stay inside. And I do think creativity thrives within restriction. But all of these other writers, these other students, they're like, I don't want limitations. I don't want to. I don't want to be encumbered by something. I want to do something I want to do exactly what I want to do. And I'm thinking, why? You don't see the challenge in this? You don't see the potential fun to be with this, where you could write a story that could run parallel with someone else's story and you could tie it in, or you could borrow someone else's character and use them in your story. Like my brain is just firing. It's just thinking like, what can I use to play around with? So I'm all for it if you can manage it.
Right.
That's the problem that you run into where, it's the problem that the MCU is facing right now. The lore is so expansive and so massive at this point, it's hard to keep track of all of it.
And they've had to change their plan a couple of times.
Yeah, and they've had to change their plan a couple of times because of extenuating circumstances. It's just so I can understand there's pitfalls with it, but if you can manage it correctly and you've got the right writers in it, I think it would be exciting because it's like, how can I connect things? So these don't just feel like disparate stories.
The good news about writing a cinematic universe is that you have no cast members that might go to jail.
And you don't have actors that grow older, that age out of a role either.
Exactly. You don't have to deal with the very kind of real limitations or potential risks of putting somebody in a movie that 2 movies later ends up on the
that's the beauty of comic books. We can just say, we just have the sliding time scale. It can be like, oh, what war was it where Iron Man got hurt and had to have the artificial heart? Whatever the last one was.
It's not same 26 letters.
That's not a direct one-to-one, but all these points just goes to show that old adage that is proven true over and over again. The book, or in this case, comic books, are better than the movies.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah.
With animation, you might be able to get to bypass some of these problems if it's animated rather than live action.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think we're not just talking about movie universe. These are just shared universes in general. Could be comic. Could be. Chris, I know you want to do a shared universe for Wild Hunt, so so there's more that. It's not just a movie thing.
See, I was going to say, I'm sorry. Let's see somebody else had to go.
No, I was about to say, Matt. It looked like you were about to say something.
Okay, thanks. I didn't want to cut anybody
Big
else.
senpai.
Okay, so I've actually been in situations just as a novelist where I've written 2 book series that I intended to be standalone, and the publishers came back and suggested making them a shared universe. So to answer that question, I think it's better if you're going to start from the beginning knowing it's a shared universe and go from there, because you can set up things like the physics of a universe, if that makes sense. Like if you're doing kaiju stuff and you establish that, in the real world, kaiju would be crushed under their own weight the minute they stood up, then it doesn't necessarily fit into the physics of a more grounded story. So do from the beginning is a good idea. And I've also had a situation where I was doing my final host book, and I intended it to be like a very apocalyptic book, and they wanted it to be tied into the Agent 666 book I did. So I did that, but and I got like a lot of positive feedback on the book. But even like the feedback I got on the book was like, it didn't seem like that character fit the Agent 666 character into final host, and it's one thing I did regret that I let them like push that on me after the fact, because even I felt like I'm not so sure that these characters jive together, because I didn't originally set out to have a shared universe, so I would say if you're going to do a shared universe, think from the beginning, like Nathan was saying very aptly, how you can plug things together and make them fit. Because I do several other books where I intended them to be that way, and I really had fun with it, and I've even done crossovers with other writers and stuff that have been a lot of fun. But if you're going to do it, have a plan in your head about how things will work, and mainly, it's things like the world building, the physics, the codes that they work under. It all has to make sense, not feel like it was jammed in there.
Right. Either that, or you just want to hire somebody to be your full-time lore master.
Going off my own experiences when it comes to shared universes, basically, I didn't have a goal in mind to make a shared fictional universe, but then I noticed that some of my short stories and my book I have coming out don't really have anything that could contradict each other, so I'm just like, okay, I retroactively put them in a shared fictional universe that I'm calling the Zernasia Nexus, which since then I will start be more, what's the word, intentional about what I do and do put in, because I would say you can, if you find some 2 pieces of media you made and you find they can fit together, by all means, go for it. Put them in the same universe, but at the same time, don't feel obligated to try to force stuff in together if you don't think it will.
But one of the challenges I've had building the Wild Hunt universe, and see, if you want a shared universe, you have to have strong editorial control. I mean, you have to. There's no 2 ways about it. Just like as they said, for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's got to be producer-driven, not director-driven. A one-off, indie film, that's great for director-driven, but that they got to leave some directors out because that they didn't want to adhere to the rules because they're more of an auteur. But one of the challenges I faced building it, and I'm torn over this because my editorial staff is some of them agree with me, some of them don't, is that I have people who want to participate and help build the Wild Hunt universe, but that doesn't want to read the books that set up the framework. My Nero books being the main, flagship that set it up. And, some of so they've asked me, can you make me some detailed notes that I could follow? Basically the Cliff Notes version. And, part of the problem, as I see it, is, if they're not familiar with how that universe works and the major events and characters, how, that they're going to be doing their own thing. They're going to be creating their own universe as they go along. Now, some of my editorial staff, all of whom I respect, said it's not a big deal because when you do a shared universe as varied as that and try to bring so many different sources and IPs that you didn't create in the same universe, there's going to be contradictions galore anyway. So, and I can understand that, but I'm saying the core of characters we do that are original to authors, I really think they should be willing to read the books. It's like when I tried to build the superhero universe, the Warp Event universe. I have 2 books published that really didn't go anywhere, but I'm hoping to revive it. To make a long story short, the core part of that universe is these cosmic events called warp events that basically the universe started out very similar to ours, mundane, physical laws so restrictive, there's not much exciting stuff, but then these warp events hit at different parts of the world and things, the physical laws start becoming more like Marvel and DC, on Earth. But once again, a lot of the people that want to participate did not want to read the books, including the Warp Event short story that sets that up. So they didn't know, for example, that we, like our universe, the real one that we like to arrogantly call it, we don't know if there's extraterrestrial life or not. But naturally, they wanted a lot of their heroes to be extraterrestrial, and I said, well, let's make them extra dimensional because you can get away with a lot more that way. And, the warp events will be opening portals. And they're like, oh, that's the reaction. And I don't hear anything more. So for some reason, there's this major aesthetic with writers. Their heroes have got to be, if their heroes are aliens, they got to be extraterrestrial, like from another planet and elsewhere in the universe. They can't be extra dimensional from another reality. But the thing is, you're automatically changing the very core of that universe to make it unlike ours, as far as we know. But see, that's part of the problem, that they don't want to read the material first. Maybe you guys could tell me if you think, if you want to build a universe with a couple of authors, should they read the core books or?
Because that will save you a lot of work in editorial. And I hate to keep harping on the MCU, but they, since Endgame, for the most part, they keep bringing on people where they tell them, oh yeah, don't read the comics. Look how that turned out.
Yeah. I'd also say, Chris, I don't mean to jump from anybody, by the way, if I am. If anybody else had to say something. I can think of 2 examples of shared universes where one where there's been a good amount of oversight, which has helped out, and one where there wasn't. So I see where we're coming from. So the one I can think of where there wasn't, and it really confused people, and where we should all be old enough to kind of remember this, when Image first came out, like it sort of seemed like, Savage Dragon knew Spawn and they knew Witchblade, but when something big happened in that comic, in one of their comics, it wasn't necessarily addressed in the other. So it did confuse fans to the point where, like, you start saying, well, I think it's just kind of like, in every single comic, there's a version of that character in that universe, but it's not necessarily, canon to what happened in that universe. Like if something happens, like Spawn has an Armageddon storyline that never is referenced by anybody else in Image, So you think they'd remember the end of the world, but they just don't seem to. And I think that's because it was more Image is creator owned. So like it's not like there's one person overseeing it. But an example of like a current shared universe. That's really good and really well put together to be like the Massiveverse that Kyle Higgins is doing with like Radiant Black and Inferno Girl Red and such like that, where it seems like Kyle Higgins and Matt Goom sort of oversee it, even though other people are doing it, and that's really helping that be like a much more coherent universe. And it's like what Nathan said, I think, where it's if you're reading those comics, you don't necessarily have to know what's going on with each one, but they do make like fun references that you can pick up on, and then come back and see where they're going from there.
Yeah, and if it's something as massive as, no pun intended, as a comic book universe, even if you can't take in all of the material, because that would be a challenge depending on how big it is, I do think at the very least being in good communication with the other creators and corresponding with them and being like, yeah, hey, does this work? Does this make sense? I actually had to do that. I mentioned before Carl left that I'm doing a one-shot for him. So I wrote the first draft of the script that I'm doing. It's for his Power Ranger show, you know, which I'm a big fan of. I've listened to everything and all that, so I know it. And, you know, I'm familiar with with a good chunk of the source material and all that, if not most of it. But I was still nervous sending the first draft of my script off to Carl so I could get his blessing and he could tell me if I got anything wrong, because he's the creator of this thing. He's going to remember it. He's going to remember things better than me. And to my surprise, he only really gave me 2 notes where I had to go back and I had to correct some things. And they were relatively minor, but they still needed to be changed to maintain consistency. So yes, either read everything or be a good communicator.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Nathan. How would you feel if you knew someone that heard about Zorsum, how cool he is, which he is, and they said, yeah, I want to write something that takes place in his world, his time period, the world as it is in his time period, but they didn't have the will or time to read Zorsum, any of the books. So could you please get me some detailed notes about him and his world? Would you be thrilled with that, or...
I probably wouldn't, because my response would probably be, it's 30,000 words, sir.
Mm-hmm.
This is not hard. You can read this in an afternoon with enough motivation.
With my Nero books, none of them are long. But as one of my editorial, staff said, who I respect, and he might say to you, bottom line is you can't expect people to go and read something they don't want to read. That's just the bottom line. And
Yeah, but then my retort would be, it's like, okay, that's fine, but then they're going to have to deal with a bunch of editorial notes after they're done, because you could be like, that doesn't fit with what's already been done. So it's either do your homework or be prepared to get the business end of the red pen.
And wouldn't it be a nightmare for you too as the editor that you got to make all those changes? I mean,
yeah, that's why I would prefer people do their homework. Maybe not all of it, like I said, depending on how big it is, you may not be able to take in everything, but that's why, if once the universe gets big enough, you have these people who, are kind of the designated lore masters, or you find out who knows the stuff, who's written for this. I don't know. I imagine that the people who write for comic books, if they're writing for one of the big 2, there's no way they could have read everything.
Right.
So they would just be like, but then they might, I don't know, so-and-so might be writing Captain America, and for whatever reason, he wants to have Deadpool show up. So maybe he hasn't read all of the latest issues of Deadpool. So he just goes to the writers like, hey, I want Deadpool to show up in these issues of my comic. Can I make this work? What's been going on with Deadpool? And then they can have a little bit of a correspondence. And if necessary, he can be like, okay, here's my script. Take a look at it and make sure this works.
I can also
give him a set of a couple of story arcs to read, a couple, so he gets the gist down. I mean, rather than just say, don't worry about it, just go to the Marvel Wiki and read that entry on Deadpool, and you're good.
I really question their sincerity about wanting to add to your universe, because I'm like thinking, okay, if I was one of those writers and want to write in someone else's universe, I would be interested in it, in which case then I would just just out of respect of that setting, would grab those books and read every single one of them to understand what the parameters are. And if they're not willing to do that, then I would question if they're really even interested in it, or just what their real motive is. They want to hitch their wagon to yours. You know, they want the Nero brand name on their story to help move their story.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I have done exchanges like this. You know, Nick and I, my friend Nick Hayden, I mentioned, we did a thing where we traded worlds. I said, let's each write a story set in the other guy's world. And what came out of that was actually a short story that tied in with my kaiju novella that I thought was so brilliant. I made a second edition of the book that included that short story. And I've been working on a sequel that I will hopefully be sending to Wild Hunt. And by the way, I don't know if I told you this, Chris, but I came up with an idea for another one. So you could potentially have a kaiju trilogy coming out of me. And the second book hinges a lot on my friend Nick's short story. It would not be the short story that it is without that, because I invited him to play in my sandbox, and now he's made a contribution to the sandbox, and I'm going to be respectful of what he contributed. I'm not going to just retcon it out and say it never happened. No, he made it. I'm going to respect that. I'm going to use it.
Because one of the other issues with shared universes, and I think it was Jeremy Robinson had mentioned this to me, and I didn't get it at first, but I do now, is being like, I think I'm up to 8 or 9 Atomic Rex books in. Even with me being like the overseer, I forget sometimes, like, what's going through the entire story. But, and I've said this when we've been on a panel with Neil before, who doesn't is the fans. Because they'll ask me, like, when, this happened, and I'll be like, did I write that? I don't remember. So I do think, like, Chris, I hear what you're saying about, like, people should do their homework. But if something, like, goes on for a long time, I say, even as me as, like, the overseer, I forget sometimes, all the little ins and outs. I get, like, obviously the gist of my character still, but something to be considerate of. And like, to answer the question from the chat, that can be a problem with shared universes is if you don't keep track of everything, your fans definitely will. They'll remember, right?
Yeah, because they may have just finished reading book 2, but you may not have read your own book 2 for a couple of years.
Exactly right. It's been 6 years since I wrote that, and then I had to read through it 4 times to edit it. So I really kind of haven't looked at it again since then. But again, I remember the key points, but not like every little detail of stuff. So note to authors: you got to periodically reread your own stuff. Yeah.
You're back.
Sorry about that. Old men and technology don't mix. I was trying to figure out how you guys go out for the restroom break, and I guess I hit the wrong button.
Right.
You could always just keep a commode there for yourself. You don't have to worry about that.
Get a bucket under the chair. We don't know what's going on down there.
I have to mute the sound every now and then if we do that.
You nasty.
You say that, but
it's only my channel that would get shut down.
Yeah.
They won't do anything over our voices.
You say that.
I don't know how you're going to wipe yourself, but
yeah, I've known a podcaster or two who were so hardcore. Well, let's just say they took care of their business in the empty water bottle that they had.
I really hope
I hope that's not true, Nathan.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, but it was someone you and I know, Danny.
Well, I didn't mean to bring a big interruption here. I'm sorry. As I said, I hit the wrong button there. I guess I should just do stop cam.
It's okay, Neil. We know you're old. Technology is hard.
You're so mean
now
to Neil.
Got leaked.
You're so mean to Neil.
Someone caught my fun. Who caught my fun because he laughed after I said it.
am an equal opportunity teaser, Mr. Demana.
What did you? I didn't hear what it was. What was it?
When he was talking about a friend that used to, take care of his, urination. I said, and now the info has been leaked.
Oh, I didn't hear that. That's funny.
Good one.
We're coming off the rails, though.
Yes, we have officially gone into the weirdest possible territories.
Sorry, I mean,
there's no going back.
But Omni, can we ask you? You have a shared universe, correct? How do you feel about it?
Well, I've just sort of I planned my stuff to be a shared universe pretty much from the beginning. So, and since I'm mostly self-publishing, I haven't really had any trouble with that. That nobody's saying, "Oh, we should put these together," because the person saying that is me, and I agree with myself. So
it would be weird if you didn't.
Yeah,
because arguing with yourself is something that you win and lose at the same time.
No
Well,
kidding.
you do have a reverse personality, don't you? That shows up on certain videos.
And one or two.
Yeah.
but like,
I was gonna say, are we talking to Omni or Ryan right now? I don't know.
I get confused myself. I will say that like it can be difficult to make sure you've got all your details correct. Because some stuff I've been developing since I was yay tall, and some stuff I'm just coming up with that I think would fit in. And you want to make sure it all feels cohesive and not like the sort of thing that once you realize they're all together, it would somehow break the reality and make you think, well, this world doesn't make sense anymore. But other times, you find as you're branching off into different aspects of this universe, you realize some things you can actually do that make it more intriguing. For example, in my most recent book, my space opera, it's set in the same universe as Operation Red Dragon. So in that world, of course, there are giant monsters walking the earth. And in Crisis on Uluru, I took the opportunity to say, it's not just Earth. There are giant monsters you can find on any planet capable of sustaining life. And it's just on this one particular planet we go to, they kind of had a dispute with this creature to the point where they're kind of now at an extinction level event and they need help. So, and through that, they can actually talk to the people who come from other worlds and say, well, what's it like elsewhere? And you say, well, most of the time we just leave them alone. So you must, are you sure you didn't do anything to anger this?
Yeah.
And, if you want to know the rest, read the book.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you bring that up because I've got my first novel that I've shown off and talked about a bit here. I've got ideas for a couple of a sequel, one that's kind of a part prequel, part parallel novel. Mm-hmm. And originally I thought I would just leave it at that. And then I had this idea that I've been sitting on since I was in college for what would amount to basically an epic space opera. And as I've been doing some world building for it, there's this little idea niggling around in my head that says, you could probably make the distant past of the space opera your first book, right? Because that would actually make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking that would be a little nuts. That wasn't planned. I don't know if I'll do it, but it doesn't break anything, and it might be interesting. It's like I think Isaac Asimov kind of stumbled into that. Like eventually he wrote so many Foundation and the robot stories and all that something eventually came along while he was doing all this where he basically said, oh yeah, they're all in the same universe.
Yeah.
Kind of like Ray Bradbury's Martian Chronicles, all those short stories were all a shared setting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although sometimes you read some of those and you think there's no way this story takes place on the same Mars. But you just run with it anyway.
Yeah.
In the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, Volume 2, didn't Abel and Moore try to unite all those disparate versions of Mars into one?
Yeah. Can we not talk about Volume 2? I quit after Volume 2. Volume 2 made me angry.
So this kind of went on back in the 30s with H.P. Lovecraft and his Cthulhu mythos. There were other writers like Robert
Howard, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was something Lovecraft encouraged in his own lifetime to let people kind of tinker with that stuff.
And
he basically just said everything I write is public domain now.
And of course, when Howard did his versions of the great old ones, it was like, oh yeah, they're godlike, but all you have to do is hit them hard enough, and they'll go away.
Right. Well, it's because it's Conan. That's how Conan solves every problem. He punches it.
He punched a camel again.
Swords.
Conan, Conan must open door, punch door.
Hey, if it works.
Your impression needed a little more Schwarzenegger there.
Yeah, Conan, door
Don't encourage him, Omni.
door.
That was not. Hey, that was not a little more Schwarzenegger. That was a lot more Schwarzenegger.
Oh, let the man cook.
No, I will never stop the man when he's in Schwarzenegger mode. He's dangerous. Next time Nate goes into Schwarzenegger mode, look at his eyes. He goes like Nate ceases to. He dies unto himself and becomes Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Just before he cuts that demon's head off, he says, "Hasta la vista, baby." I tried.
Come on, like even in the get to the chopper. I mean, like there can like even in the like the mid to late 80s, everyone realized what a meme Schwarzenegger could be. Like after Terminator, like they just started intentionally just throwing in there, like even like you watch Terminator and then you watch The Running Man. They're throwing Terminator lines in there for him in Running Man, and that was just 3 years later. Like, come on, they knew.
So I'm gonna say the best Arnold line is from Commando. Remember when I said I'd kill you last?
I lied.
That's a good one.
Anyway, off the rails again.
So, how would you write Arnold?
Arnold shared universe.
Are we talking Arnold the man or one of his myriad of characters?
We're talking
Yes.
Arnold shared
Is there a
universe.
difference?
You know, Terminator, Conan, it's all the same.
We're just gonna throw them all together. We'll get Dutch and Terminator and
running-
Conan.
The running Conanator versus Predator.
Yeah, there you go. Or we'll just do the Schwarzenverse and just like throw all of his characters onto like a pastiche of Battle World and see who comes out on top.
See, Commando Schwarzenegger versus True Lies Schwarzenegger. We'll get Dutch to fight himself in Kindergarten Cop and see how that goes. That should be cinematic universe.
That would be a cool idea. Someone would write it.
Hey, you know what?
The Schwarzenverse. Oh crap! Does that mean we have to include Mr. Freeze?
Of course.
Kick some ice.
I'm
You
pretty.
can't give him the cold shoulder.
We all know because here's the thing. If Mr. Freeze can potentially take out everybody.
Part of me wonders if this was already covered by the band Austrian Death Machine.
Also, the last action hero and that kick-ass character he played in Twins.
There you go. Which
That
means
means we'd have to throw Danny DeVito in too, and then
I was literally about to say we can get DeVito in. Yes, absolutely. Hey, Batman connection. We could get two DeVitos. Which, if you put them together, makes one
character played in Red Sonja.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, we'd have at least two barbarians.
Fun fact about Danny DeVito is if you put two Danny DeVitos together, you get one whole DeVito. Was he short?
Hey! This is incredibly tangential, but how exciting was it to see Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger give Godzilla his first Oscar? I mean, come on.
It all felt very right.
That moment is kind of immortal in me. It was just like Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Seriously, just hearing Arnold Schwarzenegger say Godzilla with what sounded like for the very first time, it's unreal.
That was like several layers of cool. It doesn't take a lot for Arnold to be cool, but we've talked about this before. I think Schwarzenegger is one of those actors. He isn't necessarily an amazing actor, but he makes up for it with sheer charisma, and he has so much charisma. That plus the accent, he can sell any script, even if it's bad. He's one of the few actors who could do that. This is your cue to write the ultimate Schwarzenegger script and then mail it to him.
We have to leave out Hercules.
See what happens.
We have to leave out Hercules because we didn't get his accent in that movie. It was dubbed over. Hercules in New York.
Oh, Hercules.
No! You can watch it with the original voice track now.
Awesome!
And good freaking Lord, his English is terrible. He came a long way. But no, but another actor I would say who was good at that was Raul Julia.
Oh, great role.
Because watch him at Street Fighter. That script is pretty terrible, but he sells every line he has. And Bela Lugosi. Although I might be basing that more on Ed Wood.
No, go watch an actual Lugosi movie.
Yeah. No, I've seen actual Lugosi movies, but
this is a good one. I can recommend this one.
Which one's that?
Original. It's just the original Dracula. I have like 1,000 copies of Dracula within arm's reach of me because this is the life I've chosen to live. But that's fine. Because more Lugosi is better than no Lugosi.
Yeah. Again, off the rails.
Very much so.
Indeed.
On a crazy train.
So that answers the question about
Dracula
sharing
was based on a book.
right?
There, I did it. We're back to books. Fixed it. There we go.
It required somebody to write it.
It did. Bram Stoker. Anyway.
No, I was talking about Dracula, the movie, but okay.
But Bram Stoker.
Bram Stoker.
Bram Stoker.
Some say Bram Stoker is not a good writer.
They're wrong. Bram Stoker's a very good writer.
Hey, I have this really cool paperback that has Dracula, Frankenstein, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with an introduction by Stephen King, and he says basically all three of these. He says all three of these books aren't great, but they're important.
None of his characters were in a cereal box.
I mean, how many Stephen King characters have been on cereal boxes?
Exactly.
He never got his picture on a bubblegum card.
Pennywise might be up there.
Nah.
Maybe there should be a future fun project.
Clown.
You know, to design, have an artist that we know design cereal boxes based on some of Stephen King's characters, like a what if universe. What if they ended up instead of the Universal monsters?
Cujos.
Oh my god!
Come on.
As right as we have to come up with the slogans for them, with the slogan.
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
I'm just
Give me a
looking
few
at the
minutes.
chat. I'm just looking at the chat, and it's exploding with Arnold comments, and it's amusing. But I'm like, no,
fault.
resist the
Oh,
temptation.
Oh boy.
Come on, do it. I'm right here. Come on, do it.
Do it now.
The Predator. Oh my God. So
Pennywise
silly.
charms. How's that? Oh, sorry. Okay.
So this is all just a reminder that writers can talk about just about anything.
If you ever wondered what some of that media literacy we were talking about earlier, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Dracula. There you go.
Who would have thought that you would hear about those two in the same conversation?
Which is
Now-
okay. This is kind of interesting. So we're barreling headlong very quickly into a world where these versions of the characters are going to be public domain. Like the universal versions are going to be public domain. Who wants a piece of that action? Who's gonna write?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's gonna write the?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like the original King Kong in 2029 will be in public domain, which means nobody has to keep freaking out and just like, I'm using the novelization.
But we can't make gory horror movies about them. So does that mean we have to make like happy children's shows or something?
That's already been done for Kong.
But we got to get Dracula meets Dora the Explorer.
You son of a bitch, I'm in.
Hello, Dora. Can you say blood in Spanish?
Swiper, no swiping. No swiping. Oh my God. But yeah, I mean, we could technically take these guys and we could throw them into books. How cool would that be? I mean, we already technically can, but I'm like, these versions. Like, that'd be fascinating.
The real interesting one, I was reading an article the other day about like when Superman and Batman start to fall in there. Is that like
I'm going to tell you right now, Superman falls into public domain. I will jump at that opportunity and be like, hey, DC, did you forget how to do this? Let me show you.
Yeah. But you will be kind of limited because like you can't use the S because it's trademarked. So you can, and you have to like use basically Golden Age Superman who can't fly and can like only run and jump. He's basically like Doc Savage kind of. But it's interesting. I thought that was like a thing because like a lot of people are revved up to do like modern day stories, and you necessarily
doesn't
can't
work.
do that. Yeah.
Everybody thinks
Superman was basically John Carter, right?
That's what you have.
Yeah, Batman had more in common with pulp characters than he did superheroes.
Oh,
Mhm.
100%.
Too much the Shadow.
100%.
The Shadow, the Spider.
Yeah.
All those
In fact,
guys.
didn't they rip off from Shadow pulps for some of the earliest Batman stories?
The first story is a dead ripoff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They were not subtle. There are plenty of silent movies. They plucked things from. Some even had Bat in the title. Like they were not subtle. It's crazy stuff.
Didn't they really get the Joker from The Man Who Laughs?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Kind of, sorta.
Yeah.
Kind of, sorta. At least they based the look of the Joker on Jack Pierce's Gwynplaine makeup that they put on Conrad Veidt, which is kind of silly because you want to talk about really off topic, but nobody I have known 3 people that have actually sat and watched The Man Who Laughs.
4.
Hey, what's up?
All right.
The Man Who Laughs is a masterpiece, and everybody who looks at that face automatically thinks it's like some gory horror movie about a deranged, like smiling, no, it's Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
He's got a heart of gold. He's a good man who's in love with a woman and doesn't feel like he deserves her because he thinks he's too ugly. It's heartbreaking. He's the hero. He's the romantic hero of the movie, and his the legacy of that character now is that he inspired the most evil comic book villain in history.
Yeah, I think unfortunately clowns have had their image tarnished. You know, there's so many there's so many evil clowns in pop culture now
Stop, you're making me want a Big Mac. Come on.
Yeah.
It's the evilest clown of them all, pushing junk food on kids.
The most evil clown of all. Yeah.
I don't know. He's been gone recently.
He's not around anymore.
I know for that reason. But
it might be because he had one of those grimace Slurpee things, because apparently bad things happen when you have those. At least that's what TikTok tells me.
Stop watching TikTok. It'll rot your brain, Nathan. It'll rot your brain.
I really want to do a fan fiction for the upcoming website of Wild Unpressed. I really want to do Ronald McDonald versus the Terrifier. I think that'd be quite a story. I can think of one.
Oh,
that's
boy.
Great. Oh dear God! Just get.
I got an idea percolating. No lie.
No, I'm into that. I'm into that. The clown.
You know, I do. Sometimes I do think there's some comedy gold to mine when you take 2 characters who have similar traits, but they come from very different sorts of stories. Like one is very horror based, one is more humor based, or is just lighter in general. And then you throw them together and see what happens. And for me, the funny part is seeing the not scary character, inadvertently get out of being murdered 3 ways from Sunday.
Yeah, that's true.
And now I'm thinking Bugs Bunny and Donnie Darko. And
yeah,
I'd be there.
I was going to say, Chris, do you remember one of the guys who did Tales of the Shaman with us did a story where it's like, I'm going to missay the city, but the Cats of Yulathar from Lovecraft, where they came across the Cat in Hat. It was really cool. It's like what Nathan was saying, where the cats were coming to kill this person, and the Cat in Hat just wanted to play with the kids in the house type of thing. It was a really neat dichotomy. I wish you remember who wrote it. Does that ring a bell for you? I know it's 20 things long.
I haven't seen it, but I did write a story like that in one of the very first Wild Hunt Press publications, Dorian Gray, Darker Shades. One of the Dorian Gray stories I wrote, where he showed up in early 1970 Chicago. He meets, I had to modify the names a bit, of course, but he meets J.J. Evans from the Good Times sitcom, and his brother Michael, and J.J. becomes a major part of the story because Dorian Gray needed, to periodically touch up that painting of his, and when he's in Chicago, he finds himself there. He's in an area and he's inquiring, where could I find a painter? And they point out to J.J. Evans. He's the only painter around there, and I tried to keep the integrity of both characters in there, and I don't. Readers got to decide for themselves if they think I did a good job, but I made it up.
Actually, that brings me to an interesting variation on that. That I wonder if this could make sense if you could maintain the integrity of the character, but take somebody like Dorian Gray, because if you read Portrait of Dorian Gray, it's all about how he's incredibly vain and arrogant, and then there's this painting that as he continues to indulge himself, in this very hedonistic lifestyle, he doesn't age, but the painting does, and then there's big comeuppance at the end. It's very Twilight Zone-ish, to be honest. I'm just sitting there thinking, it's like, what would happen if you took Dorian Gray and then dropped him into the middle of 2024? Would he be looking around and see Instagram and be like, what is wrong with you people? Like even Dorian Gray's like, what is going on?
I think there was actually an episode of The Librarians that kind of did that, where he was using social media to make a new portrait for himself. You have to see it in order to make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just like, can you actually take somebody like Dorian Gray and do a bit of a commentary, a social commentary on present day, and like even Dorian Gray's like, y'all are a bunch of vain fools.
I don't know. I think Dorian Gray would totally be an influencer.
No, the world is full of Dorian Grays now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe that'd be like, I was like, why is everybody me? Maybe that's the irony. He's like, everybody is me. I don't feel special anymore.
That's why you hate him so much. Imagine forcing him to be around a couple of million versions of him. I mean, they're using Photoshop to make them erase all their scars and everything. Why didn't I have that back then?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I do apologize. I have to get going here.
You should probably wrap up anyway. So, does anyone have any parting words they want to say to people watching? Stuff they want to promote?
Shameless self-promotion is my spiritual gift. Yeah. No, parting words. I know we've been talking a lot about different specifics here,
and
Schwarzenegger, but I keep going back. I think it all boils down to a line from Finding Forrester, which is that writers write. So at the end of the day, sit down with whatever writing utensils that you use, whether that's a pad and paper, computer, whatever, and just make stuff happen on the page. That's really what it boils down to. Don't just talk about it, actually do it. Because a trap that is easy to fall into is, as I try to plug my computer back in, is to talk about your stuff so much that you never actually write it. You just want to look like you're making a thing when you're not.
I know someone like that.
I think we all do.
Don't talk about Nathan like that. Jeez.
Oh,
he's right here.
He's talking about me.
Nah.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself a cheap plug here. October 13th will be the release date of my first full-length novel, Zernasia, Rise of the Guardian. Thank you very much. I'm really excited, really proud. Thank you kindly. You're all wonderful. Pre-orders for the digital version are available now on Amazon.com. There's no pre-orders for the paperback versions, but I promise that they're coming. Amazon just doesn't like me, I guess, for some reason. But don't worry. It will happen. You can read it either on your computer or in your hands, whichever you prefer. And I'm going to give a little bit of advice to any other up-and-coming readers that might come across this. Don't go into writing thinking that you're going to put out the next big thing. There's thousands of people every year trying to get their stuff out there, and most of them end up not getting the recognition that they probably should because, well, there's just so much media out there. You can't expect that, well, I'll be the one to break through. You can hope for the best, but expect the worst in that case. Also, like we talked about earlier, grow a thick skin, learn to take things on the chin, because if you think having to deal with editors can be intimidating, just general audience will most likely end up not caring about your feelings, and if they feel like something is bad, they will say it. So be ready for that. But so yeah, and also try to go for honesty, something that you feel like you want to write. Don't go for an originality. You can strive for that, but I'd say try to be more honest with the kind of thing you're putting out. What sort of story do you want to write and put out there? That honesty will show in the final product, and I think people will appreciate you for it. And also, to quote one of my favorite modern pro wrestlers, Cody Rhodes, take a chance on yourself. That's what I ended up doing, and now I couldn't be happier. Just the fact that I'm putting out a book, that means the world to me, and that's really all I need. Mm-hmm. Well, more books and more short stories eventually, of course. Hopefully some for Wild Hunt Press and others. Chris, I love you. You're my brother. And, there it is.
Let's say, Omni, thank you for having me on here. I've really, really enjoyed myself tonight. And to you, Chris, Cody, I've known you guys for a long time. It's always such a pleasure. Nathan and Danny, I really had fun hanging out with you guys today. So look for you guys on social media so we can become, we're friends like that. It would be great.
Yeah.
I like what everybody had to say here tonight. I really like the idea, and I think it was as Daniel had mentioned it a lot. So try to give credit where credit's due about enjoy writing if you want to be a writer. If you're not enjoying it, it's not something you should do. And I do see a lot of people post on social media reach out to me that I feel like a failure. It should not be something that brings you down. It should be something that lifts you up and that you find enjoyment in. Not everything that it won't be easy, but you still find enjoyment in it. So that's all I got to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And actually, speaking of social media, I do think, if any of us want to promote that stuff, we should. So check out my author website, nathanjsmarchen.com. Check out the website for my flagship podcast, the Monster Island Film Vault, which is monsterislandfilmvault.com. I have a new show called Henshin Power V3, which the website for that is on Podbean. And, I mentioned that I'm doing stuff for Carl over at Scyther. I'm part of his stable of actors. So when he's talking about, not taking up too much of the actors' times, I'm one of them. So, I'm doing a one shot for him for a villain named Rito that I played on the Power Rangers show. And I think if you go to those links, you'll be able to find, links to, my Twitter and all the other different places where you can connect with me.
Cool.
I'll just make sure I got those out there.
Follow the Zernastia Nexus Facebook page for more updates on all things Zernastia.
Yeah, you can find me as Matthew Denian. I go by Matt to all my friends, but Matthew, because my mom would yell at me if I didn't put my full name on my books. So please check me out there. All my books are on Amazon, so please just, Matthew Denian Amazon. You'll find all my stuff there.
Cody, I'm proud of you, man. Really proud. Try not to shed tears here, but man, I'm really proud of you.
Yeah, seriously, Cody.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Ryan, Matt, Chris, and Neil for all the advice you've given me leading up to this point and all the opportunities. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad to know you, Danny, and you, Nathan, and now Carl. Let's do this again sometime because this was a blast.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to get to meet you, man.
But
this is fun. This was
I was gonna say, but Danny and Neil got to do their plugs and final words.
Yeah. Before you go away, don't anybody leave.
Chris isn't done yet.
Yeah, of course.
Chris isn't done yet. Let him do his thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
there it is.
Here's the first book. Keep in mind, I said please. Don't make me have to beg, but here you go. You like werewolves? Better than that, you like angsty teen werewolves out for revenge who are going to slowly get to a redemption arc and think becoming a werewolf is going to help them, on purpose, mind you, is going to help them get all the power they need for revenge. Well, they might just find out it causes a lot of problems to come along with the power. Read and see what I mean. Beware, there may be a Wild Hunt podcast in the future. That's all I'm going to say. And I'll close my own spiel with one bit of advice. I was going to tell you that college writing professors often say that I urge you to ignore. is you'll hear a lot of them say, I hate genre writing, but I don't need to say that because if you're watching us, you already don't listen to them.
Well, if I could add to your plug there for Nero, I would definitely tell readers, if you get the first book, don't stop there because Chris ups the ante in each book as you go along. Each one's better than the last. Each antagonist is more powerful and more interesting than the last. Don't stop that series.
Having read all 5 books myself, I can say it's a fantastic series. I really enjoy it, and I look forward to more in the future.
And yeah, one more thing too. Also, before you go, Chris. Also, if you are also a fan of '80s B movies, it has a wonderful '80s feel to it. Especially if you're into nostalgia. Those are 2 big selling points of his books. So take that to heart. Once you start, don't stop.
Thank you.
Next.
All right. If anyone out there wants to support what my main jam, the Godzilla Novelization Project, the easiest thing to do is to head to, get this, you're going to want to grab pencils, GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. I know, creative. And that's where all the books are. The chapters are published on basically like a serial basis, one at a time. Literally today, right before I got on here, the prologue to Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster went live. And it's been a hot minute since I've actually gotten something up on the site, and I'm going to be making up for it over the next handful of weeks leading up to November 3rd, Godzilla Day. There will be a new chapter published every week leading up to Godzilla's 70th anniversary.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's awesome.
It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Some of them are for books that have already been started, and a handful of them are going to be the beginnings of new adaptations for a couple of things that have not been started yet. So that's the place to look, GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. That's where the short stories are. There are also timelines there that I've worked on that are like kind of intricate Godzilla timelines that lay out all the events of the different chronologies. There's a blog there, like all kinds of stuff. I have a Patreon too that helps me acquire research material and take time, to work on this stuff so I don't go broke. And like all kinds of stuff. It's going to help me pay for translators, all kinds of neat stuff. If you want to follow along with that stuff and with my own just kind of creativity in that regard within the Godzilla realm specifically, the best place to do that is on the artist formerly known as Twitter, where you'll find me as Danzilla93_GNP. I do something there pretty much every day, even if it's a stupid like pun. I'll just put something silly up there. I just like to entertain people. It's not all self-promotion. It's just engaging with this thing that I love, giant monsters. And there's a Facebook page, and if you have longer things you want to send to me, I have a gmail.com, all that good stuff. In addition, you can also find some of my writing out there in GFan. You can find it out there. You can't get Kaiju Ramen anymore, but hopefully I'm going to get some stuff published on Kaiju United here soon. The only other big thing that I can actually plug right now that's out there is if you want to hear the audio commentary I mentioned earlier, the one that I co-wrote and performed with my good friend Elijah Thomas. That movie is War of the Ninja Monsters, Jaron versus Gora, which is made by Shinpei Hayashiya, the guy who did Gamera 4 and the Reigo and Raiga movies. Oh, this is his newest independent kaiju film, and it's a really charming, kind of fun little kaiju fantasy story, kind of like The Magic Serpent from the 60s. It's a great little movie, made with a lot of passion by a guy who's incredibly funny and loves this stuff. And I'm lucky enough to be on it as an audio commentator, which is kind of a dream of mine. So if you want to get that disc, it should be shipping by the end of the month. You can get it at srscinema.com.
I was going to say, you need to tell people where to get it.
Oh, no, I was getting there. I'm going to give
Hey, these things take time, don't you know?
I know.
They do.
Well, I got my copy in order.
Nice. You're going to enjoy it.
I pre-ordered one. Pre-orders one at one as well, using my Patreon money for the Film Vault. So
yes.
You have sort of a professional obligation, though, considering your podcast.
Yeah.
There you go.
I do have a season for the Film Vault planned for where it will be nothing but indie movies. So
I recommend
SRS is going to single-handedly fund that season.
They might. So the advice, I'll shut up about the promotion, but I guess the advice that I'll give is kind of echoing things that we've already said, but it's important to reinforce it. And that is to not let that tyranny of the blank page stop you. Pardon me. Don't be intimidated by it. The hardest thing about starting something is starting something, but once you have started it, then you're off to the races. So don't stop. If you feel like being creative in any way, just do it, man. Just do it. Just grab the pencil, grab the tablet. Like if you honest to God, I've written like whole chapters of things on my phone. You can write things on your phone. If the inspiration strikes you, anything you can write with or write on, do it. And then worry about where it's going to go later. Just if you're feeling creative, be creative. Don't stop. Don't let people tell you not to do it. Don't let people tell you you're not good enough to do it. You have to discover your own skills and your own ability and your own way of motivating yourself for yourself. You have to do that. And if you can do that and you can just capitalize on that joy that you get from that creative urge, that creative drive, then you can absolutely do amazing, wonderful things for yourself, things that are going to entertain other people. You can, you have the ability to touch lives, touch your own life, touch other people's lives, family, friends, people that you may never meet, people that see what you do and love it, even if they never talk to you. Your book might end up in the hands of somebody that you never meet, and that's cool. And all it really takes is just the what I like to call stick-to-itiveness, to just sit down in front of your computer or whatever it is, the napkin, and just be creative. Just write. Don't be afraid. And nothing you write on that first day is ever going to be seen by somebody unless it's pitch perfect, and it won't be, and that's okay. Just don't be intimidated. Find the joy. Lock in on that. Write for yourself. Fulfill that creative urge. Do it for other people to entertain them. And just, above all else, have fun. Don't lose sight of the fun, because that's what's going to keep you going when the discouragement sets in. So just be joyful about what you get to do, because you do get to do it. You don't have to do it. You get to. Writing is a gift. So use it well. Use it well.
Hey, fucking man, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
Don't stop writing and don't stop believing. Just like Journey said.
Journey knows what's up. Journey knows what's up. Hold on to that feeling. That's what I say.
All right.
Is this stream gonna end with a very bad group karaoke?
No,
Let's do it.
It's going to end with Neil being awesome, is what it's going
to end. Neil's our Gandalf. He's
no pressure.
Neil is our Gandalf.
That's right.
You love me.
I was just say, Neil, you need the beard and the hat and the staff.
Yeah.
Next time we see you at G Fest, you can tell us all we shall not pass.
Yeah. So,
a writer arrives precisely when he means to.
Yeah.
Good grief, you people. Go ahead.
I agree.
Omni is just like, I don't get paid enough to ringmaster this circus.
Nathan, let Mr. Reeby talk. I beg you, please. Go for it, Neil. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, so for my shameless self-promotion, we'll get that part out of the way first. I'll start with my first novel and my latest one. I have a hard time getting cameras centered here. The reason why I focus on these two, because they're not going to take up a whole lot of your time, and not going to take up a whole lot of your money. They're on Amazon for $9.99 a piece. This first one here, I Shall Not Make. The theme here is adaptive evolution. So you got this race of kaiju pterosaurs that have been in conflict, with mankind for a good 50 years. And if you kind of look at how dinosaurs, the fossil record, you can see the adaptations between the predators and the herbivores, and how the various physical adaptations, the Stegosaurus, the Triceratops, they have a lot more armor and spikes. And then you got the Allosaurus going to Tyrannosaurus, you have sharper teeth. Well, the same thing's happening out here in the contemporary world where now these pterosaurs being shot at by tanks and guns because they can be killed. It's tough, but they can be killed. They finally birth an offspring with armor. And the only thing is that their species don't understand how adaptive evolution works, so they're going to try to kill that poor little offspring before it can grow up and pass on its genes. Now, humans, on the other hand, do understand adaptive evolution, so when they find this little guy, they're like, well, we got to kill him before he passes on his genes, so that way, because if he survives, then we can't destroy these creatures. So now this poor baby monster is being, in danger of his own species as well as mankind. So it's kind of like him versus the world. So that's the story. This one's a little bit more simpler. I'll just simply read what the tagline here is. Just give me a second. I get my glasses on. It says here, from the author of I Shall Not Wait and Gilgamesh vs. Brachiosaurus comes the Battle of Armageddon on the high seas. And that's basically what this is all about. You're going to have a ginormous naval battle combined with a giant monster battle in the same plot of ocean space happening at the same time. What happens is you got this terrorist group that's controlling a monster, and they're using that for their own purposes. So, of course, the fleets of the world are like, well, we can't have this happen, so they're going to try to wipe out the terrorists. The terrorists are going to use the monster to fight the navies of the world. The thing is, this monster has made its own enemies. And so those monsters show up to the fight to go and beat up the terrorist monster. So it's going to be a great big, like I said, the whole point is to have this big slobber knocker of a battle at the end of the story.
Slobber knocker.
But you can, really sink
My God.
Love battles. Here you go. So that's my big plug. Now, as far as final advice to writers out there, when you're starting, basically don't ever underestimate the impact that your work is going to have on other people. I'll give you a personal example because I wrote, forgot the title now. Attack of the Super Allosaurus, my first Godzilla fan fiction. Wrote that back in the 1990s. Got published in G-Fan issues 15 through 17 in 1995. Now, 10 years later, John LeMay, right when he just got out of high school, he's been searching for me all these years to get a hold of me, to tell me, to send me this fan letter, say, oh, I love that story so much, been trying to track you down. And then, so I got corresponding with him and found out that, that my writing has inspired him to be a writer as well. So, I thought, if you want to be a writer. So I was coaching him, and he started writing, articles for G-Fan and Zine and some of these other smaller magazines, and finally started writing his own books. And of course, now those books he wrote in, probably you, Nathan, would know what a lot of those are, because a lot of his books he's written on giant monster movies are now become the resource material used by a lot of YouTubers and podcasters. So let's say I decide not to write that little Godzilla fan fiction story, this chain of events hadn't played out. Well, then those other books that John made that a lot of people love and use for their own, shows may not have been available. So same thing can happen with you guys out there, you listeners. You're working on your stories or whatever you're working on, thinking, oh, this ain't going to amount to nothing. Well, you never know. I mean, years from now, it can have a really big impact on the world around you.
Yeah. And actually, Neil, speaking of podcasters and all that, I do want to very quickly, because this is a big opportunity to promote this. Speaking of my podcast, I will be celebrating its 5th anniversary next Wednesday with a live stream. All of you are invited to be in the chat. Danny, if you're available, I'd love to actually have you on stream for that one.
I'll have my people call your people.
Oh, of course. I mean, you're part of my unofficial creative team, but that'll be on the MIFV YouTube channel Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. So come hang out with us to celebrate the fact that I've been podcasting for 5 years. Yeah, 5 years now. And it's we'll share stories, and I'm thinking part of the festivities will be a live reaction to the very first episode, which was only 15 minutes. So we want to talk about seeing how far you've come. We'll see how far I've come as a podcaster in 5 years.
All right. Seems like Chris already tapped out. So
I'm guessing his phone died or something.
Could be.
Probably.
But still, I'd like to thank him. I'd like to thank Carl as well.
Oh yeah, he's having technical difficulties.
Wait a minute. I think he might be back. Well,
Might it be?
Does Chris
here
live?
you are.
He lives.
He
Yeah,
lives
sorry,
again!
Technical difficulty hit me.
We're
Well,
glad
I'm
to have
back.
you back. Now we're gonna be done.
Yep.
Now it's the end.
Hello, we must be going.
That's
So-
right.
So thank you all for joining me for this. There will be others, I'm sure, but thank you for making this certainly a memorable one, and thank you to everybody who is watching this. So until such time as we all meet again, this is the Omni Viewer and his host of bizarre people signing off.